It was supposed to be a routine day at the research facility, but Eli Turner, NASA's most average astronaut, was feeling anything but routine. His colleagues, an elite group of space engineers, were going over their notes about the Mars mission, a mission that was supposed to secure humanity's future in the stars. Meanwhile, Eli? He was struggling to open a bag of pretzels. The bag had that annoying crinkle that always made him feel like a giant when he tried to open it silently. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that Eli knew, deep down, that his own life was as predictable as the failure of that bag. He had been training for nearly 20 years, bouncing from one experiment to the next, always a step behind the real heroes. He was the guy who didn't get the cool assignments, didn't get the glamorous press conferences. His only claim to fame was his ability to blend into the background. Eli Turner, the astronaut who wasn't even sure he was cut out for space. But hey, he was good at one thing, playing it safe. That's exactly why he was here today, in the freezing cold research facility at the edge of Alaska, handling a gravity simulation experiment that was supposed to be a minor task for the real astronauts. But, as usual, Eli wasn't the one chosen for the exciting missions. Oh no, he was the one tasked with the dreary job of testing gravity manipulation equipment for future Mars missions. He clumsily pressed a few buttons on the experimental console in front of him. The room hummed as the artificial gravity began to shift. The other scientists were busy discussing propulsion systems, oblivious to Eli's awkward, huffing attempts to keep his dignity intact. It wasn't the first time he'd been on a mission where he was made to feel like a third wheel, but the difference today was that something small but significant, was about to change. Hey Eli, someone called from the back of the room. Eli turned around, squinting in the harsh overhead lights. It was Karen, one of the lead engineers, who was giving him that look, the kind that said, "I know you're going to screw this up, but I'll be polite about it." "What's up?" Eli asked, trying to sound confident but knowing it wasn't working. "Can you do me a favor and check the gravity field readings for the simulation? I think there's an anomaly." "Anomaly?" Eli repeated, suddenly interested. Karen shot him a glance that conveyed a mix of annoyance and mild amusement. "Just check the numbers. Make sure everything's running as it should." Eli nodded, but as he shuffled over to the console, he could feel the weight of the moment, a sensation that had been growing over the past few months, as though the universe was pressing down on him. He leaned over the control panel, fingers hesitating over the switches. He didn't understand why they were trusting him with this equipment, but there was no turning back now. Without thinking, he pressed a sequence of buttons, a set of controls meant to simulate the shifting of gravitational force for the upcoming Mars landing experiment. But instead of a subtle adjustment, a surge of energy rippled through the room. Eli's heart skipped a beat. The room's gravity began to flicker, growing erratically. "Oh no," Eli muttered to himself. The anomaly wasn't subtle, it wasn't just an error on a readout. The entire room began to feel wrong. Eli's feet lifted off the ground. It wasn't a smooth transition into zero gravity, it was more like a glitch in the system. One moment he was standing, and the next, he was floating several feet above the floor, his body tumbling slightly as the sensation of weightlessness took over. His arms flailed, desperately reaching for something to stabilize himself, but there was nothing. In an instant, the console sparked with electrical energy, and Eli's world tilted on its axis. He wasn't just floating. He was controlling it. He could feel it. This wasn't some malfunction anymore. He was somehow bending the very force that kept him grounded. The sensation of gravity itself was bending to his will. Panicked, Eli reached out, thinking the gravity simulation was just malfunctioning, and he was caught in some bizarre feedback loop. He slammed his hands down on the console to stabilize himself, but instead, the entire room shifted. Eli was yanked sideways, flying toward a wall with the force of a rocket launch, only to be thrust backward the next second, bouncing off another surface like a pinball. The whole scene unfolded like a slapstick comedy, but with Eli as the punchline. He hit a table, knocked over a stack of papers, and finally slammed down onto the ground. For a moment, he lay there, gasping for air, his heart pounding in his chest. He didn't know what had just happened, but one thing was certain: he had just broken the laws of physics. Did anyone else feel that? Eli asked, his voice a little shaky, as he looked up. Karen, who had been watching the entire time, stepped forward, eyes wide. Eli, what the hell was that? I don't know. It was like I was controlling the gravity or something. Controlling gravity? She asked incredulously, looking him over. Are you sure you didn't hit your head or something? Eli felt his pulse quicken. Could this be real? Had he actually just manipulated gravity? It felt like it. Everything in the room had shifted according to his subconscious commands. He looked at his hands. There was no way. But there was also no denying what had just happened. The room buzzed with energy as other scientists filed into the room. They were as confused and shocked as Karen. Eli couldn't keep his hands from shaking as they all began to bombard him with questions. Are you sure it was you? One of them asked, voice tinged with disbelief. Eli opened his mouth, but nothing came out. There were too many questions and no answers. This was supposed to be just another day, routine, mundane, but now Eli Turner was a man who had somehow altered the very force that governed everything in the universe. And he didn't know how. Before Eli could say anything, the door to the lab burst open. Standing in the doorway was a man in a sharp, black suit. Eli didn't recognize him at first, but his cold, calculating expression immediately signaled that this wasn't someone from the research team. Mr. Turner, the man said, stepping forward. His voice was clipped, precise. We need you to come with us. Eli blinked, still stunned, his thoughts racing. Who are you? The man didn't answer directly. It's a matter of national security, Mr. Turner. I'm afraid you've just become part of a much larger problem. Eli stood frozen as the man in the black suit moved closer, his presence cutting through the confusion in the room like a blade. There was something cold and deliberate in the way the man held himself, as though he was used to commanding attention. The others in the room instinctively fell silent, sensing the sudden shift in the air. Eli's heart raced, but his mind was still reeling, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I don't understand, Eli stammered. Who are you? What do you want from me? The man ignored his questions, his eyes narrowing as he glanced around the lab, taking in the chaos. You've just demonstrated an ability that no one should have access to. It's far beyond any kind of approved test, the man said, his tone stern. And now, we have to ensure that it doesn't get out of hand. Get out of hand? Eli echoed, his voice cracking. What the hell are you talking about? I didn't mean to. Of course you didn't, the man interrupted smoothly. That's not the point. The point is that you've just stumbled upon something much bigger than you. And now you're a liability. Eli's mind was racing. His body still felt unsteady, as if gravity itself was somehow playing tricks on him. But he couldn't let that distraction take over. He had to figure out what this man was talking about. What do you mean, liability? I don't even understand what happened in there, Eli said, his voice gaining some strength. The man stepped forward, his eyes fixed firmly on Eli, and the room seemed to hold its breath. Let me be clear, he said, lowering his voice, what you have just done is beyond the realm of understanding. You've tapped into a power that could reshape the balance of the world, and I'm afraid we can't afford for that to happen. Not on its own. Eli didn't know whether to feel terrified or outraged. The weight of the man's words felt suffocating. You can't just take me, Eli said, the first flicker of defiance rising in him. You don't even know what's going on. I didn't ask for this. The man raised an eyebrow, clearly unfazed by the protest. No one asks for power like this. But you have it. And we're not letting it slip through our fingers. Before Eli could respond, the man motioned toward the door, and two others in similar black suits stepped in. They were silent but imposing. Eli glanced around the room, his eyes darting from one person to another. Karen looked at him with a mix of fear and confusion, but she didn't seem to know what to say. No one seemed to know anything. "Mr. Turner," the man in the suit said, his voice taking on an edge, "it's time to come with us." A cold shiver ran down Eli's spine. Something inside him snapped. The last thing he wanted was to be taken by these strangers, especially when he had no idea what they were planning. The idea of being locked away, of being used like a tool, was too much. And the more he thought about it, the more he realized there was no way he was going to let this happen. The moment stretched out, like a rubber band ready to snap, and Eli made his decision. Without thinking, he pushed himself off the ground, the muscles in his legs straining, and in a desperate act of instinct, he shifted the gravity around him. The air around him seemed to bend, the pressure fluctuating, and he shot upward like a rocket, his body propelled by his own will. He shot straight toward the ceiling, his head grazing the overhead lights as he sped upward. The agents in the black suits reacted too slowly, and Eli found himself suspended in mid-air, hovering just out of their reach. He grinned, adrenaline pumping through his veins, but the sense of triumph was short-lived. He realized just how unprepared he was for this newfound power. His body felt weightless, disoriented. He wasn't controlling it with any precision, he was just floating, helpless to guide himself. "Get down here now," the man in the suit shouted, his voice cutting through the air. Eli's heart was pounding. He wasn't sure how to respond, or how to even land safely. His mind raced, trying to find a way to regain control. He could feel the pull of gravity shifting in unpredictable ways, his body twisting, hovering, drifting like an out-of-control satellite. Panic began to seep in. "Help him, damn it," the man barked at the two agents who had just entered. But they hesitated, unsure how to deal with the situation. Eli took a deep breath, trying to center himself. If he had to get down, he needed to do it in control, not flailing helplessly. Slowly, he focused his mind, calling on the same force that had sent him soaring. This time, he gently pulled at the gravity field beneath him, reversing the pull to ease himself toward the floor. It worked. He began to descend, but not gracefully. He crashed onto the ground with a loud thud, rolling as he hit the floor, pain shooting through his shoulder. Groaning, he pushed himself up, but the pain was a sharp reminder of how dangerous his new abilities could be. The agents moved toward him, but before they could reach him, Eli pushed himself backward, using his powers to create a burst of anti-gravity beneath his feet. He shot backward, the agents narrowly missing him, and collided with a nearby table, sending it skidding across the floor. Eli had no plan, he was acting on pure instinct, doing whatever it took to get away. His heart pounded in his chest. The man in the suit was shouting orders, but Eli wasn't listening anymore. He couldn't afford to. He dashed for the door, his legs pumping, and with one final burst of force, he sent himself flying out of the room, crashing through the hallway. His body felt like it was made of pure energy, weightless and unstoppable, but the world around him seemed to collapse into chaos. The sound of footsteps behind him grew louder. They were chasing him. They wouldn't let him go that easily. Eli burst out into the open air, blinking against the bright sunlight that hit his eyes. He barely registered his surroundings as his body continued to move, guided by panic and desperation. He could hear the commotion behind him, but he didn't dare look back. His mind raced. He couldn't go back to the facility. He couldn't let them take him. The only option was to run, to escape, to somehow figure out what the hell was happening to him. But even as he made his way through the compound, his body beginning to slow, something was nagging at him. The weight of his transformation was already beginning to sink in. Every use of his newfound power was taking its toll on him. His body felt strange, light, but not in a good way. It felt as though something was pulling at him from the inside, his bones and organs twisting under the weight of the force he'd unlocked. Eli didn't know what this power was, how it worked, or why it had chosen him. He had no answers. But he knew one thing for sure, he couldn't let them use him. He couldn't let them turn him into a weapon. He ran harder, deeper into the wilderness surrounding the facility, knowing that time was running out. He could already hear the whir of helicopters above, the unmistakable sound of pursuit. Eli had just become more than human. And for the first time in his life, he was truly afraid of what that meant. Eli's breath was ragged as his legs carried him further into the dense forest that surrounded the facility. His thoughts were a blur, panic and adrenaline coursing through his veins, but beneath it all, the weight of the situation was beginning to settle in. He was running from something far bigger than he could comprehend, and the fear that had gripped him earlier was now starting to feel like a gnawing pit in his stomach. His body felt light, but in a way that was alien, as if gravity itself had become his only companion, and yet, a companion that could betray him at any moment. He pushed himself harder, his feet skimming over the uneven terrain, heart pounding as the whir of helicopters grew louder above. His mind flicked back to the moment he had first realized what had happened, the way he had lifted off the floor without meaning to, the way the room had bent to his will. Control gravity. It sounded absurd. Me? Just a man who'd always been too afraid to step out of the shadows of the real astronauts, but now, everything had changed. He wasn't just a man. He wasn't even sure if he was still human. Whatever had happened to him, whatever this strange, new force was, it had taken hold of him. And it was only a matter of time before it consumed him completely. The trees around him blurred as he ran, his surroundings now indistinct. The helicopters were still above, tracking him, but they weren't as important to Eli as the growing feeling of something shifting inside him. The more he used his power, the more it was changing him. It wasn't just his muscles or his physical state, it was something deeper. The longer he pushed the limits of gravity, the further it twisted his body and mind. He felt like a ghost, disconnected from the world, tethered only by the force that could pull him in any direction at any moment. His chest tightened. Sweat dripped down his face, and his limbs began to ache from the exertion. Despite everything, there was something exhilarating about it. He had been at the bottom of the astronaut food chain for years, just a man who followed orders, never given the chance to prove anything. But now? Now, he had power, real, unexplainable power, and it was both terrifying and intoxicating. The helicopters above were closing in. They weren't going to let him get away. Eli knew that. But something else inside him flickered, a spark of resistance, a need to keep running. He wasn't sure how long he could keep this up. The constant use of his abilities was starting to take a toll on him. His muscles felt weak, his bones aching as if gravity was already beginning to break him down. The momentary relief of floating or shooting forward with bursts of anti-gravity was starting to fade, replaced with an overwhelming feeling of fragility. Like he was a balloon on the verge of popping. With a final burst of will, Eli reached down deep within himself, pushing himself to the next level. The gravity around him shifted again. This time, he didn't just leap forward, he soared. The trees around him stretched below, and the world seemed to bend at the edges of his vision as he shot upward, faster than he'd ever moved before. But in the midst of his flight, his body betrayed him. The pull of the gravitational force was too much, too unpredictable, and Eli felt his control slipping. The world around him spun. His vision blurred as he started to drift too far, his body unable to stabilize. He was falling, no, plummeting. His descent was chaotic, out of his control, and in a matter of seconds, he crashed into the ground with a violent jolt. Pain erupted across his body, and for a moment, everything went dark. When Eli opened his eyes again, the world around him was silent, the sound of the helicopters faded into the distance. He had no idea how long he had been unconscious, but the ache in his body was undeniable. He groaned, pushing himself up on his elbows, disoriented and dizzy. His head spun with a strange lightness. As he stood, the gravity felt off again, pulling at him in strange ways. What was happening to him? He couldn't stay still. Not now. Eli shook his head, forcing his legs to move, to put distance between him and whoever had been chasing him. He had no idea what was happening or why he was being hunted, but he knew he couldn't let them catch him. Not after what he had just realized. This wasn't just an experiment anymore. He wasn't some research project or a test subject. He was something else. He was beyond human, and the more he used his power, the more it consumed him. Every time he reached for it, a little piece of him slipped away. His humanity was fading, replaced by a force he could neither control nor understand. But as he staggered forward, pushing through the underbrush, Eli felt something else, something new and dangerous stirring inside him, a sense of purpose. This power, whatever it was his. He had unlocked something that was meant to be hidden. And if the government wanted him as their tool, as a weapon, they were going to have to kill him first. The idea felt strangely empowering, but it also frightened him. He had no plan, no direction, just the impulse to keep moving, to keep running. The rustling of the trees broke his thoughts, and he instinctively dropped low, moving cautiously. His heart skipped a beat. Someone was close. He could hear the sound of boots crunching through the forest floor, the unmistakable steps of the agents still pursuing him. Eli pressed his back against a tree, trying to steady his breath. He was still disoriented, his limbs unsteady. He couldn't let them see him. He needed to get out of here, get out, he thought, pushing the gravity around him again, but this time he focused, trying to rein in his control. The pressure on the ground shifted, and slowly, very slowly, Eli began to lift off the ground. His body felt like it was floating, but it was different this time. More controlled. More deliberate. He moved through the air, silently, his feet barely touching the ground as he ascended higher, seeking cover in the trees above. He wasn't sure where he was going. He didn't know what he was doing. But it didn't matter. He had to survive. And right now, surviving meant escaping. He hovered higher, threading his way between the branches. The world below seemed smaller, quieter from this new vantage point. He could hear the agents shouting, but they couldn't see him. He was invisible, a ghost in the trees. For the first time in what felt like forever, Eli allowed himself a breath, a small moment of victory. But that victory was short-lived. A sharp crack echoed through the trees, and Eli's body was pulled down with a violent force. He wasn't sure what had happened. The pressure around him increased. No, it wasn't his power. Someone had done something to him. His mind raced, trying to understand, but before he could react, the world tilted, and everything went dark again. When he came to, the world was upside down. Eli's hands were bound, his body pressed against the cold, rough ground. His vision cleared, and he realized with a sickening feeling that he had been captured. The agents had gotten him. They were smarter than he thought, and they weren't about to let him escape again. The man in the black suit was standing above him, watching. His expression was cold, calculating. "You're not in control anymore, Mr. Turner," the man said. "And now, we're going to find out just how much of you is left." Eli tried to move, but the ropes around his wrists were tight. His legs felt heavy, unresponsive, as if gravity was working against him. His mind buzzed with panic, but he couldn't escape. "Not now. You'll never understand what you've become," the man continued. "But we will. And we will use it. For the good of humanity." For the first time, Eli realized just how far this had gone. He wasn't just a man caught in a strange experiment. He was something more, something dangerous, and the people chasing him knew it. He wasn't just running from them, he was running from himself. And the worst part? He wasn't sure if he wanted to be found. It was supposed to be a triumphant return to Earth, but for Sam Blake, astronaut and certified science geek, the first step off the spacecraft was a mistake. He had spent 6 months in space, floating above the Earth, staring at the stars, doing his job, and trying not to think too hard about the distance between him and everything he knew. He didn't mind the isolation. In fact, he liked it. It gave him space to think, a chance to leave his problems on the ground, where they belonged. But now, as his boots touched the tarmac, a sense of dread swirled in his stomach. "Welcome back, Sam," a voice crackled over a loudspeaker, and for a second, Sam thought maybe the welcoming committee would be a little more enthusiastic. Something more than the usual sterile, quiet greeting. The kind that made him feel like just another cog in a very large machine. Still, he had to admit, it was nice to be home. As the hatch to the spacecraft opened with a hydraulic hiss, Sam squinted against the bright sunlight and stepped out. He looked down at the ground, expecting to feel the familiar solid weight of the earth beneath his feet. Instead, the world bucked and swayed beneath him, like a horse thrown off balance. Whoa, what the hell? He grabbed the edge of the door for stability, his knees wobbling as though gravity itself had lost its grip on him, but it wasn't just his legs. He felt weightless, like he was floating. Slowly, he let go of the door and looked around. The world had gone slightly topsy-turvy. His feet were still on the ground, but every other object around him was shifting in bizarre directions. The nearby launch platform seemed to tilt to one side, the lights hanging from the ceiling bobbing like balloons in a breeze, and then the buildings. Oh, the buildings! From where Sam stood, a sleek office complex a few hundred yards away started to sway like a tree in the wind. Then, as if nudged by some invisible hand, it buckled. First, it leaned like a drunk man at a bar, then crumbled with a series of loud groans and cracking noises. It collapsed into a heap of dust and debris in the middle of the parking lot. A sense of surreal disbelief filled Sam's chest. He reached down, touched the ground again, and pushed off, only to rise several feet into the air. He hovered like a balloon caught in an updraft. "Okay, this is bad," he muttered, starting to float higher. A nearby news crew, who had no doubt gathered to capture his big return, were now scrambling in every direction, some of them flying off the ground with no way of controlling their ascent. There was a cameraman tumbling head over heels in slow motion, his camera spinning like a top. Sam's first instinct was to help, but he wasn't sure how. He waved his arms awkwardly, hoping to ground himself. But nothing happened. It was as if gravity had simply checked out for the day. "Great," Sam said to himself, facepalming. "Great way to start my day. Just one step on Earth and the place loses its mind." In the distance, another building started to lean and topple, a skyscraper that seemed determined to join its fallen brother. As it came down, the sound of destruction reverberated through the air like a thunderclap. Sam's gaze was fixed on the wreckage, but the sight was impossible to process. Was this all happening because of him? The last thing he remembered before leaving space was an uneventful flight back, nothing unusual. He couldn't have caused this. Could he? A crackling noise from his wrist communicator broke through the chaos. It was a call from NASA. The voice on the other end sounded harried. "Sam, we need to talk," the voice said. "Did you, by any chance, break gravity when you came back?" He stared at the small device in disbelief, trying to wrap his head around the question. "Excuse me? Break gravity? Yeah, we're getting reports from the whole world that gravity's been acting weird. Are you, doing some kind of gravity experiment up there that we don't know about?" Sam opened his mouth to answer but was cut off as his feet started to lift off the ground again. This time, he didn't even have to try. He was floating upward, gently but steadily, like a balloon that had been released into the wind. He felt his stomach flip in response. "Look, I'm not doing anything. I'm just standing here. You've got to believe me." "Okay, Sam," the voice said. "Just stay calm. We're getting a team together. There's something really weird going on, and you might be the key to fixing it. Just stay where you are for now." But Sam wasn't sure where he could go. He had lost all control over his own body, and the world around him had turned into a surreal and dangerous circus. He floated higher, the ground below him growing smaller, and the once stable sky now looked like a featureless expanse. He clung to his wrist communicator and tried not to lose his balance, but everything was falling apart. Or was he? It wasn't until several hours later, after Sam had floated far enough to get out of range of the nearby media frenzy, that he began to regain some control over his situation. He found himself on the outskirts of a city, where the chaos had not yet fully reached. As he floated down, barely touching the earth, he realized something, that it wasn't just the buildings. It wasn't just the people. The entire planet was off. Gravity had gone haywire. That he tested it again. With a deep breath, he took a few steps, and with an almost comical amount of concentration, he managed to stay on the ground. He was heavier now, feeling like his old self, but every movement felt slightly out of sync. Sam started to realize what had happened. He wasn't just walking back to Earth, he had somehow walked into a situation he didn't know how to fix. And worse, he had no idea how to reverse the problem. It was around this time that Sam contacted Dr. Paula Simmons, a physicist he had worked with on previous missions. She was a whiz with complex theories of space-time, and Sam had a hunch she might have the answers he was looking for. The phone rang twice before she picked up. "Sam? Is everything okay? We're seeing some weird stuff here." "Are you, Paula? It's bad. I think I broke gravity." "Literally." "Okay. What does that mean, exactly?" Sam let out a sigh, feeling defeated. "It means I have no idea what I'm doing, and the world's falling apart. Buildings are toppling, people are flying around like balloons, and gravity's just gone. I'm not sure what happened, but it feels like I might have something to do with it." Paula paused on the other end, then sighed. "Okay, Sam. I need you to get to a lab. We'll figure this out, but I need to know if you're doing anything to affect the environment, any kind of force or signal that might be altering it." It would be hours before Sam reached Paula's lab, but along the way, things only got stranger. Gravity seemed to fluctuate. At times, it was like trying to walk through a thick fog, unable to feel the ground beneath his feet, while other times, it was so heavy he couldn't move at all. As if the universe itself was trying to throw him off balance. When Sam arrived at Paula's lab, she was already waiting for him. "All right," she said as Sam walked in, her face serious. "Let's get to the bottom of this." They immediately began setting up a series of tests. Paula's team of scientists worked in a frenzy, using complex gravitational sensors to study the disturbances. The data that came back was perplexing. "The readings are completely unstable," Paula said, tapping on the screen. "The gravitational waves you're producing are massive. You're not just disrupting local gravity, it's affecting the entire system." "Wait, are you saying I'm breaking Earth?" Sam asked, his voice suddenly hoarse. Paula nodded. "Not just Earth. Gravity has a balance, it's a force that stabilizes the entire planet. And right now, that balance is completely out of sync." Sam felt the ground shift beneath him again, as if the Earth was preparing to tilt at any moment. He couldn't help but think back to the moment he had first stepped off the ship. Had that been the catalyst? Had his return to Earth somehow triggered the chaos? As the team worked tirelessly, Sam began to feel something else creeping in: dread. What if this wasn't something he could fix? What if this was a sign of something more sinister? Something beyond his control? But as much as he feared it, Sam knew one thing for sure: he had to try. The fate of the world was hanging in the balance, and the question wasn't just about how gravity had gone off kilter, it was why. Sam paced back and forth in the lab, his sneakers barely making a sound against the cold tile floor. His eyes darted to the monitors, trying to make sense of the data Paula and her team had been furiously analyzing for hours. Each graph, each line, each number seemed to suggest the same thing: the Earth's gravitational field was destabilizing, and all of it pointed back to him. He hadn't meant for any of this to happen. He didn't even know how it was happening. What was he supposed to do? There were no manuals for fixing gravity, no quick fixes to put the planet back together when it felt like it was coming undone. The thought of being the cause of all this, his arrival, his presence, his mere return, made him feel like an unwitting villain. The feeling of weightlessness still lingered in his chest, as though his very essence was out of sync with the world around him. Sam, Paula said, her voice cutting through the chaos in his mind. She was standing by the bank of computers, her brow furrowed as she tapped furiously at the keyboard. I think we have something. It's not just gravity, it's everything. Time, space, matter. You're affecting the very fabric of reality itself. Sam stopped pacing and turned toward her. What does that mean? I'm not some kind of god. I can't control time. Or space. Or whatever else you're talking about. Paula glanced over at him, her face pale but determined. You don't need to control it, Sam. It's like, you're caught in a distortion. The moment you came back, you triggered a reaction. It's as if your body, your presence, was the spark that set it all off. Gravity, yes, but also other forces. And the way these waves ripple outward, it's not just localized to Earth. It's spreading. Sam's heart sank. He had figured something was wrong, but hearing Paula say it out loud made it all the more terrifying. Spreading? To where? Beyond Earth, Paula answered simply. To the very edge of the solar system and, in some cases, farther. The gravitational anomalies, they're in sync with cosmic patterns we've never seen before. It's like someone or something is pushing buttons, Sam. And you're the one who triggered it. The words hung in the air between them, thick with the weight of implications that neither of them were ready to face. Sam didn't want to believe it. He couldn't. He had always known there were mysteries in the universe, but this? This was beyond his comprehension. It felt like a bad dream he couldn't wake up from. Wait a minute, Sam said, suddenly piecing something together. You said someone, or something, is behind this. Are you saying this isn't just a natural disaster? Paula hesitated, looking down at her screen before meeting his gaze again. I don't know yet. But it's starting to feel like it's not just a coincidence. If you're affecting the planet this way, then something, or someone, could be using you as a catalyst for a bigger event. Sam's stomach twisted at the thought. What if this was all part of some cosmic test? What if his return wasn't a happy accident but a deliberate push from some higher intelligence? The idea gnawed at him, a gnawing feeling that didn't go away, no matter how hard he tried to suppress it. I don't like where this is going, Sam muttered, rubbing his temples. We need more data, Paula said. We're only scratching the surface here. If this is a test or a signal, whatever it is, then we need to understand it. We need to figure out what it's asking of us before. She stopped, her voice growing quieter, before we lose control completely. Sam felt a pang of fear. What did it mean to lose control completely? Could they even contain it once things got worse? Already, people were suffering. The gravitational disturbances were growing more intense, and the media had been reporting bizarre incidents from all over the world, entire buildings crumbling, people being thrown into the air and not coming down, cars veering off the road as if the very ground itself had betrayed them. The chaos was spreading, and he had no idea how to stop it. I've got to go, Sam said suddenly, pulling his jacket tighter around his shoulders. I can't just sit here. This isn't some scientific puzzle for you to solve. It's real. People are getting hurt out there. Paula tried to stop him, but Sam was already walking toward the door. Sam, wait. We don't even understand what we're dealing with yet. He turned back to face her, his mind already racing. I'm not waiting around for some answer that might not come. I need to see it for myself. Before Paula could respond, Sam was out the door. The world outside the lab was unrecognizable. The streets that were once bustling with life were now ghostly quiet, save for the occasional scream or shout that echoed through the air. Sam had seen the footage on the news, but being here, in the midst of it, was different. There was an oppressive weight in the air, a sense of wrongness that clung to everything. Buildings leaned at impossible angles, their once solid foundations now cracked and crumbling. Cars were abandoned in the middle of the streets, half tilted and looking as though they had been tossed aside by some giant hand. Sam's first instinct was to run toward the nearest rescue center, to find help. But even as he moved, he could feel the ground shifting beneath him. His steps were uncertain, like walking on a raft in the middle of a storm. He stumbled, his feet slipping beneath him as the very earth seemed to roll like a giant wave. He grabbed a street lamp for balance, his hand curling around it for support as his feet hovered above the ground. "This is insane," he muttered to himself, trying to steady his breath. A sudden crash behind him made him whip around. A building, just a few blocks away, had fallen, the debris scattering in every direction, creating a cloud of dust and rubble. People screamed, their voices rising in panic as they scrambled to find shelter. Sam's heart raced. He couldn't just stand here. He had to do something. He pushed through the crowd, trying to get closer to the epicenter of the destruction. His mind raced with thoughts of the worst-case scenarios. Was he responsible for this? Was it his fault that gravity had come undone? The weight of his own presence felt too heavy, as if the entire world was pressing down on him. He reached a small group of people huddled together near a collapsed building. A young woman looked up at him, her eyes wide with fear. "Please," she gasped, "we need help. We can't get out. The ground, it won't stop moving." Sam nodded, looking down at her with a kind of helplessness he hadn't felt in years. "I'm trying," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "I'm trying, but I'm not sure what I can do." As if on cue, the ground beneath him shifted again, sending Sam stumbling backward. He held out his hands to steady himself, but nothing felt stable. The world was an ever-changing landscape of distortion and chaos. In the distance, a loud crack echoed through the air, and Sam watched as a building toppled, its shadow casting over the street. He turned back to the woman, his heart sinking. "Get to safety," he urged her. "Get to higher ground. Now." Before she could respond, another jolt of gravity sent them both reeling, and Sam felt his feet leave the ground once again. He grabbed her hand instinctively, holding on as the world seemed to spin faster around them. It was happening faster now, quicker than before. The entire planet was shifting beneath their feet, and Sam had no idea how to stop it. He could feel it in his bones, a cosmic pressure pushing down on him, making it impossible to breathe. Was this the test? Was this the challenge that someone, something, had set for them? The woman's grip tightened, her fear palpable. Sam's heart hammered in his chest, the weight of the situation finally hitting him. If this was a test, if this was some kind of cosmic reckoning, then they were failing. Earth was failing. And the only way to stop it, if it could even be stopped, was for him to understand what was causing it. To control it, but how? "Sam, we need to figure this out." Paula's voice suddenly broke through his thoughts, crackling through his communicator. "You have to stop running. We don't have much time left." Sam clenched his jaw. He couldn't stop now. The Earth needed him. The world was depending on him, whether he liked it or not. The gravity had grown worse, the Earth moving in unpredictable ways. And Sam had just begun to realize how deeply he was entangled in its unraveling, but the question still remained, how could he fix something that wasn't just broken? How could he make it right when it felt as though reality itself was slipping from his grasp, and more importantly, who, if anyone, was testing him? Sam's breath came in quick bursts as the world around him spun and tilted. The woman's hand was warm in his, but it was growing more difficult to focus. The gravitational shifts were worsening, and every time he thought he'd found his footing, the ground tilted again, pulling him into the air or slamming him down with crushing force. He barely heard Paula's voice crackling through his communicator. "Sam, listen to me, we can still fix this, but you have to stay with me. We need you to stabilize yourself first." Sam's head was spinning. He tried to steady himself, but the world refused to cooperate. A sudden weightlessness lifted him off the ground, and he flailed, arms pinwheeling. The woman screamed, her feet leaving the ground as well, and they both flew toward the side of the street. Propelled by the unrelenting force of gravity's chaos, they crashed into a car, the metal buckling beneath their combined weight, but Sam barely noticed the pain. His mind was focused on the big picture. The Earth was coming apart at the seams, and he had no idea how to stop it. "Paula," he gasped, trying to speak into his wrist communicator, but the words came out jumbled. I can't fix it. What am I supposed to do? It's all falling apart. It's too big." "Sam, focus," Paula's voice was calm but firm. "We're getting readings from space. The anomaly, it's not just you, Sam. It's connected to something much bigger. This isn't a mistake, it's a test." He let the words sink in for a moment. "A test?" "Yes," Paula confirmed. "The fluctuations, the shifts, they're following patterns. They're not random. Sam, you're the trigger, but this test, it's been set up by a higher intelligence. Something out there is watching. Something powerful." Sam's pulse quickened. He could barely comprehend the idea of an entity so powerful that it could bend the very fabric of reality, but the evidence was mounting. How else could he explain the way his return had sent Earth spiraling into chaos? He had always known there was something out there, something vast and unfathomable. But to think it was now testing humanity? It didn't make sense. "You're saying I'm part of this test?" Sam asked, his voice shaky. "Yes, and if we don't pass, it's not just gravity we'll lose," Paula said urgently. "The entire ecosystem, time itself, everything's at risk. The anomaly is pulling from other dimensions, Sam. You're at the center of it. But you can stop it." Sam closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. It felt like his world was being ripped apart, and here was Paula, telling him he could fix it. How could he? How could anyone? A sudden jolt sent Sam back onto the ground with a thud. He winced, his shoulder aching, but he ignored it. The woman, he couldn't remember her name, was still clinging to his hand, but now they were both sitting in the rubble, unable to move. His mind was swirling with too many questions that he turned back to the communicator, desperate to make sense of it all. "How do I stop this? How do I make it stop?" Paula's voice came through louder now, more insistent. "You have to stabilize the field, Sam. Your arrival, it disrupted the natural flow of gravitational waves. But you can create a counterbalance, a way to neutralize the force. You need to let go. You're fighting it, but the key is acceptance." "Acceptance?" Sam's voice was a rasp. "What does that even mean?" "You have to trust yourself. Trust the process. You're not alone in this. The force that triggered this, whatever it is, it's a test of humanity, not just of you. But you're the first to feel it. Your presence is the key, Sam." Sam squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block out the noise of crumbling buildings and the chaos unfolding around him. Acceptance. He didn't understand, but it was the only thing Paula was asking him to do. She wasn't asking him to fight back. She was asking him to trust in something bigger than himself, something that he couldn't even see. That he took a deep breath, feeling the ground beneath him shake once again. The pull was growing stronger, his own body rebelling against the forces that sought to tear it apart. He stood, legs wobbling, and then, just as he was about to fall again, he stopped. He closed his eyes, his mind focused on the nothingness surrounding him. The chaos, the fear, the impossible odds, he let them all go. He allowed himself to feel the weightlessness. To feel the earth as it shifted beneath him, and then, slowly, he felt the force of gravity shift in his body. It was like a ripple, a tiny current running through him, spreading out into the world. He felt it expand, felt the pull on his chest lessen, and the sensation of floating started to ebb. The world seemed to pause for a moment. The buildings that had been swaying, tilting precariously in the air, stopped. People, who had been suspended in midair, began gently floating back to the ground. Sam took another step, his feet grounded again. The world still felt off kilter, but it was manageable now. The chaos wasn't gone, but he could feel the edges softening, the edges of the gravitational storm settling into something he could control. "Sam, you're doing it," Paula said through the communicator, her voice full of awe. "You've started the counterbalance. But you have to keep it steady. Don't fight it. Just accept it." He didn't answer her. Instead, he took another step forward. The ground was solid beneath him now. He could feel the vibration of the earth, the heartbeat of the planet, as if it had been thrown off rhythm and was trying to find its way back. Sam's chest tightened as he concentrated on the pulse of gravity, on the connection between his own energy and the planet's. He could feel it. He could feel the vastness of the universe stretching out around him. It was all connected, the stars, the planets, the forces that governed them. It wasn't just gravity he had to control. It was the flow of energy itself, the way everything was tied together, a delicate balance that he could barely comprehend. His body felt light again, but this time it wasn't because he was floating. It was because he had finally accepted the forces at play. He wasn't fighting them. He wasn't struggling. He was letting them pass through him, letting them flow and bend as they needed to. It wasn't just about controlling gravity, it was about trusting in the process. Letting go of the fear, the doubt, the need to fix everything himself. He could feel the earth adjusting around him, shifting with his newfound understanding. The chaos wasn't gone, but it was contained. The gravitational waves that had once threatened to tear everything apart were now stabilizing. The tremors in the ground lessened, the buildings stopped falling, and the people who had been caught in the madness were gently brought back to the earth. Sam's breath steadied as the pressure in his chest finally released. He opened his eyes to find the world around him still in motion, but no longer on the edge of collapse. "Sam," Paula said, her voice quieter now, but still filled with urgency. "You did it. You stabilized the field. You've passed the test." Sam felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had done it. He didn't know how, he wasn't even sure what had happened. But he had done it. "Thank God," he muttered, looking around at the calm that had returned, even if only for a moment. He wasn't sure how long this balance would last. He wasn't even sure if he understood everything that had happened. But for the first time in what felt like forever, he was no longer at war with the world around him. As he looked up at the sky, Sam knew that whatever had tested him, whatever had pushed him to the edge, was only just the beginning. He could still feel the hum of something larger, something beyond Earth. He had passed the test, but the universe had no shortage of challenges, no shortage of mysteries. And if he had learned anything today, it was that even when it feels like everything is falling apart, sometimes the only way to fix it is to let go. Dr. Alan Al Jorgensen had never been one to believe in fate. Growing up, he had always preferred science and reason over any notion of destiny. But then again, how could anyone explain the kind of thing that had happened to him? It wasn't a lab experiment gone wrong, nor was it some freak accident in space. It was simple, inexplicable, and just like a bolt from the blue, it was as if the universe itself had decided, for reasons he couldn't fathom, to hand him the power to manipulate gravity. It had started small, a strange hum in his chest after a routine spacewalk aboard the International Space Station. He had been fixing a satellite, adjusting a few panels, when his body felt lighter. At first, he chalked it up to the weightlessness of space, but there was something else. Something different. As he floated there, tethered to the station, he reached out for a tool that had slipped out of his grip, and to his shock, it slowed in midair before gently gliding back into his palm. It wasn't just weightlessness, it was control. The tool obeyed him, like a feather held in the palm of a hand. At first, Al thought it was just a malfunction in the station systems or maybe the result of too many years spent in space. But over the next few weeks, the feeling didn't subside. It grew. By the time he returned to Earth, the gravity of the situation, no pun intended, was crystal clear. Al Jorgensen could control gravity itself. The first time he tested his new power was almost laughable. It was an afternoon in the lab, and Al stood before a simple chair. He focused hard, pushing all his mental energy into it. Nothing happened. He gave up and grabbed the chair, spinning it around in frustration. But as he swung it back into place, something strange occurred. The chair, which had once been firmly grounded, lifted from the floor, floating in midair as if suspended by an invisible force. "Okay, that's new," Al muttered under his breath. He pulled it down with a flick of his wrist, unsure whether it had been his will or some accidental slip of power. His heart raced, and a wave of excitement rushed over him. He was no longer a mere astronaut. He had transcended the laws of physics themselves. As the days passed, Al honed his abilities, gradually learning to manipulate gravity on a grander scale. He began with small objects, picking up coins, levitating pens, and then moved on to bigger tasks, lifting entire crates or altering the weight of his own body. One moment, he could make himself so heavy that the floor would groan under his weight, and the next, he could soar to the ceiling with the lightness of a balloon. It felt as though he were both a god and a child, capable of doing anything, and yet helpless in the face of the vast unknown that this power had unlocked. Word soon spread of Al's newfound abilities, first through scientific circles, then out into the public eye. There were skeptics at first, of course. Most of them laughed it off as a publicity stunt or a clever trick of the mind. But when the footage of his stunts was broadcast across news stations worldwide, they couldn't deny the impossible. Al Jorgensen could manipulate gravity itself. He could alter the very fabric of the universe, and that's when everything changed. The world's first natural disaster struck in the wake of Al's powers. A massive earthquake struck near the Pacific Ring of Fire, the tremor sending shockwaves that would devastate entire regions if left unchecked. Governments scrambled to find a solution, but as Al watched the news unfold from his lab, he knew he had to act. Without thinking twice, he reached out, willing gravity to bend to his command. His body hummed with energy as he exerted his influence over the planet. He pushed against the Earth's core, attempting to slow the movement of tectonic plates. And to his amazement, the earthquake ceased, stopping as abruptly as it had begun. The news was quick to cover his actions, crediting him as the savior of millions. As the praises rolled in, Al realized he had become something bigger than himself. He had become the world's most powerful superhero. It didn't take long before Al was called upon again. As earthquakes and floods ravaged different parts of the world, his reputation as a global hero solidified. When a tsunami threatened the shores of Japan, he altered the gravitational forces between the ocean and the land, reversing the pull of the tide, and causing the waves to retreat. In New Orleans, as floodwaters reached historic levels, Al manipulated the gravity around the river, sending the waters spiraling back into the Gulf. To the public, it was nothing short of miraculous. To Al, it was exhilarating, addictive. He had become the embodiment of salvation, capable of solving problems that humanity had never dared dream of tackling. It felt like a game, one where he was the ultimate player. But even heroes have limits. One afternoon, while resting in his space station lab, Al felt something strange. A slight dizziness. It passed quickly, and he brushed it off as mere fatigue from his constant missions. But it wasn't the first time he had felt it. It had been happening more and more frequently, a subtle shift in his perception of the world around him. The air seemed to vibrate slightly, and his balance felt off. At first, he didn't connect it to his abilities. He was too focused on the next disaster, too eager to keep playing the role of the savior. But as his missions grew more frequent, the strange sensations intensified. One day, while lifting a sinking ship in the middle of the Atlantic, he felt his chest tighten, as if the very fabric of reality was fighting back against him. Al knew something was wrong. Dr. Vivian Tan, his closest friend and confidant, was the first to raise the alarm. She had been working with Al since his early days in space, but now, she was helping him study the effects of his power. The results were troubling. "Al, I've run the numbers," she said one evening, her face illuminated by the glow of her laptop screen. Every time you use your powers, the gravitational field around Earth shifts. It's small at first, imperceptible, but it's building. Each intervention, each time you bend gravity, adds to the imbalance. Al stared at her, a sense of dread creeping into his bones. "You're saying I'm breaking something?" "I'm afraid so," she said softly. "At the rate you're going, you're destabilizing the planet's gravitational field. If this continues, you could throw the entire planet off balance. The Earth's orbit could shift. The tides could be thrown into chaos. Eventually, it could mean the end of life as we know it." Al didn't know what to think. For the first time, he was confronted by the consequences of his actions. He had been so caught up in the glory of saving lives, in the thrill of being a hero, that he hadn't considered the bigger picture. He had been tampering with forces he didn't fully understand, and now, the consequences were catching up to him. He spent the next few days trying to ignore the warnings, convincing himself that he could fix everything. But when another disaster struck, this time, a massive volcanic eruption in Iceland, he knew there was no turning back. The eruption was so intense that it threatened to tear the Earth's crust apart. Without intervention, the planet could fracture. Al had no choice but to act, but this time, things went terribly wrong. He tried to reverse the eruption by altering the gravity around the magma chamber, but the force he exerted on the planet was too much. The Earth's core shifted, and the planet's gravitational field fluctuated violently. The very tilt of the Earth's axis began to wobble. The sky itself seemed to tremble as Al realized the full extent of what he had done. The planet wasn't just reacting to his power, it was fighting against it, fighting for its own survival, and for the first time, Al understood, his powers weren't a gift. They were a curse. As the earthquake-triggered eruption continued to rumble beneath the Earth's surface, Al felt an almost tangible strain in his chest. He had never been this close to disaster before. This wasn't a natural disaster he could simply fix with a gravity shift. This was the planet itself, responding to his interference. It was resisting him. And he could feel it, deep within every bone, in the tremors vibrating through his muscles. He had made a mistake. Desperately, he pushed harder, forcing all his will into reversing the eruption. The ground beneath Iceland buckled as Al fought to stabilize the shifting crust. His body was nearly at its breaking point, sweat slicking down his face, his heart thundering in his chest, not from fear, but from the sheer strain of controlling a force as massive as this. He could feel it in his veins, the pull of the Earth, a constant tug of opposing forces. He was pushing against nature, and nature was pushing back with the full might of everything it had. "Come on, just a little more," Al muttered through clenched teeth. He wasn't used to feeling like this. He had always been able to control his powers. But here, with the entire planet threatening to crack open, Al felt a level of raw force he hadn't anticipated, and then, in a final, catastrophic moment, something snapped. The gravitational pull around the eruption faltered. For just a split second, the ground under Al's feet no longer felt like it belonged to the Earth. It felt foreign. Alien. Like something that wasn't meant to be. The eruption ceased for a brief, hopeful moment. But in its place, an even more dangerous force arose. Al felt the Earth shift beneath him, like the core itself was fighting back against him. The planet's gravity warped, just slightly, but it was enough to send a violent ripple through the entire planet. The tilt of the axis wavered. The sky above him began to twist, as if reality itself was bending under the strain. A world that had been perfectly balanced for millennia was suddenly unsteady. In that moment, Al understood, he had made things worse. And it was too late to fix them. Back in his space station lab, Al collapsed into a chair, his hands gripping the edge of the desk as he tried to steady his breathing. His body was trembling, exhaustion creeping in. The dizziness from earlier had returned, more intense now, a headache pulsing in his temples. It wasn't just the mental fatigue from controlling gravity. It was as if his very presence, his power, was destabilizing the Earth itself. He was doing this. He was breaking the world. Vivian's words echoed in his mind. you're destabilizing the planet's gravitational field. You could throw the whole system off balance. She had been right. How had he been so blind? Every time he tried to do good, to save someone, he had been slowly tearing apart the planet's foundation, one shift at a time. He wasn't fixing the Earth. He was forcing it to unravel. The distant sounds of emergency alarms and notifications filled the silence of his lab as he struggled to comprehend the magnitude of what he had done. News stations blared with reports of sudden temperature changes, extreme weather patterns, and people all over the world experiencing strange physical sensations, vertigo, dizziness, even hallucinations. The Earth's gravitational field was no longer stable. His repeated interventions had caused fluctuations that were being felt across the globe. Al wanted to scream, but no sound left his throat. Instead, he sat there in stunned silence, the weight of the consequences pressing down on him. This was his fault. He had tried to be the hero, but in the process, he had turned into the villain. Vivian was the first to reach him. She didn't need to say anything. The look on her face, the way her eyes darted nervously from the data monitors to his exhausted form, spoke volumes. "You're the only one who can fix this," she said quietly. "You're the only one who can undo the damage." Al could barely meet her gaze. "I can't. I don't know how." Vivian's voice remained steady. "You've been able to control gravity this whole time. You can reverse it. You have to." The problem, however, was that no matter how much Al wanted to reverse his actions, he couldn't. He had pushed the Earth too far out of its natural order. The gravitational disturbances had gone too deep into the planet's core, and there was no simple way to make it right again. For all the power he possessed, there was no way to reverse the damage without putting everything at risk. He had taken too much from the planet to expect it to just give back. "Vivian," Al said, his voice raw with frustration. "The Earth's going to crack. It's going to tilt. If I try to fix this, I might destroy the planet." She didn't argue. She simply stood there, looking at him, understanding the depth of his dilemma. The truth was clear. The more Al used his powers, the more fragile the Earth became. And he had no way of knowing if he could put it back together without the whole thing falling apart. Days passed, and the situation worsened. Al watched as news reports detailed the growing chaos. Tidal waves began to ravage coastlines in places where they had never existed. Earthquakes rocked the mid-Atlantic ridge, threatening to split continents apart. The moon's orbit was beginning to wobble, pulling the oceans into strange tidal shifts. It was a cosmic disaster, a mess of his own making. And all the while, Al sat in his space station lab, unable to act. It was then that Vivian brought him the most painful truth. "You're not going to stop this. You're the cause of it. You're the only one who can restore balance, but at this point, you'll have to use everything you have left." "Everything I have left?" Al asked, his heart sinking as the realization hit him. "You're going to have to give up your power, Al," she said quietly. "You can't keep going like this. You've become a danger to everything you've tried to protect." He didn't want to hear it. He didn't want to admit that his very existence, his ability to control gravity, was the thing threatening the survival of the planet. But deep down, Al knew she was right. His actions had tipped the scales too far. The Earth was already on the edge, and if he didn't act now, it might fall into chaos. With a heavy heart, Al knew there was only one option. It wasn't about saving the world. It was about sacrificing himself to protect it. He would have to reverse everything, take back every ounce of power he had stolen from the Earth. But the cost would be more than he was willing to pay. In the final moments, Al stood on the edge of the station's viewing platform, looking out at the planet below. The Earth, his home, was no longer the stable, predictable place it had once been. The delicate balance of gravity that had held everything together for millennia was shattered. His influence had torn it apart, and now he had to undo it. But it wasn't just the planet that he had to fix. It was the fundamental nature of reality itself. Closing his eyes, Al felt the pull of gravity surround him. It was unlike anything he had ever felt. This time, it wasn't a force he was trying to manipulate, it was a force he had to surrender to. With a final push, he released his power. Every shift, every change he had made to the Earth's gravitational field began to collapse, undoing everything he had done. The strain was unbearable. It felt like the world itself was crumbling beneath him. But just as he thought he might not make it, the Earth stabilized. The gravitational shifts that had caused such chaos slowly returned to their natural state. The planet was safe. He had done it, and as he collapsed into the silence of the space station, Al realized the truth. He hadn't just saved the Earth. He had sacrificed everything for it. The Earth had balanced itself once again, but Al Jorgensen, the gravitron, was gone. The world held its breath, waiting. The delicate, fragile piece that Al had fought to restore seemed to hang in the air, suspended by the very force of his last, desperate act. From his vantage point in the station, looking out over the curve of the Earth, everything appeared calm. Almost too calm. But there was no denying that the planet was different now. A subtle shift had occurred, one that only those who truly understood the laws of nature could comprehend. The gravitational balance had returned to normal, but it was not the same as it had been before. Something had irrevocably changed. Perhaps it was the moon, now slightly out of sync with its orbit. Or perhaps it was the ocean currents, which moved just a little too violently in places where they had once been perfectly still. The world seemed to be recovering, yes, but it would never be the same. The scars of Al's power would remain etched into the planet's very bones, but that wasn't the most painful truth for Al. No, the hardest part was knowing that, in trying to fix the Earth, he had broken himself in the process. It was a paradox he couldn't escape. To restore balance, he had had to relinquish his own. His powers, the very thing that had made him the gravitron, had been extinguished. The force that had once given him the ability to command gravity now felt like a distant memory. It was as though the planet itself had absorbed the energy he had so carelessly used, leaving him empty, physically and emotionally drained. That he had saved the world, but at the cost of his own existence. The news came through quickly, as it always did. Al had been a hero before, but now the headlines were even more dramatic, more poignant. The man who had bent the laws of physics to his will was no more. His body had faded, his powers gone, leaving only a legacy of action and consequence. In the days that followed, the world mourned. Monuments were erected, and statues of the gravitron stood proudly in every corner of the globe, each one a testament to the man who had saved them all, but also a reminder of the cost of playing God. People remembered him not as a man, but as an ideal that represented humanity's ability to rise above its limitations, and also its inability to understand the true weight of such power. But the world's gratitude felt hollow. Al had given everything, and in the end, there was nothing left but a shattered version of the Earth, one that would never forget the price it had paid. Vivian was the one who had to pick up the pieces. As the only person left who truly understood what Al had gone through, she took it upon herself to carry the burden of explaining his legacy. She had always known that Al's powers were dangerous. But she had never fully realized how dangerous until it was too late. The Earth had almost been lost because of him, and she couldn't help but wonder if the damage done was permanent. She had always believed that Al's heart was in the right place, that his desire to help the world outweighed any selfish impulses. But even with the best of intentions, the power he wielded had been too much for any one person to control. Vivian had spent the weeks following his disappearance buried in data, analyzing the effects of his actions, trying to find out if there was a way to undo the permanent damage done to the Earth's gravitational field. But no answers came. The planet was adjusting, yes, but the changes were subtle and unsettling. The question she kept asking herself, the question that haunted her every waking moment, was whether the Earth could ever truly heal from what had been done. And then, one day, as she sat in the lab, staring at a holographic map of the Earth's gravitational shifts, she felt it, just a faint tremor beneath her feet. A ripple. She had been expecting it. The world wasn't stable. It couldn't be. Al had altered the course of nature, and that kind of imbalance couldn't simply be undone. Vivian sat back, her mind racing. Was this it? Had it all been for nothing? But as the tremors faded, something new appeared on the map, something far more alarming. The data indicated a gravitational anomaly, one that couldn't be accounted for by the previous shifts. It was small, yes, but it was there. And it was growing. It was as though the planet was beginning to realign itself in response to Al's final act. But the alignment wasn't perfect. The forces of gravity, now subtly warped, were still adjusting, and the Earth was once again teetering on the edge. Vivian had hoped that with Al's sacrifice, the planet would settle. But it seemed like the opposite was happening. The more she studied the data, the more she realized that Al's powers weren't just gone, they had left an imprint on the planet, one that couldn't be erased. The world wasn't just recovering from Al's interference, it was still responding to the very shifts in gravity that he had caused. The planet had absorbed his power, and it was starting to reshape itself accordingly. She knew she couldn't do it alone. She couldn't fix this. No one could, but there was something she could do. Something that Al would have wanted her to do. Vivian stood before the memorial, the towering statue of Al Jorgensen gazing down upon her with his ever-so-optimistic smile, the one that had inspired millions. His image was forever etched in the minds of those who remembered his heroism. But it wasn't just a statue, it was a symbol. A symbol of the sacrifices people made for the greater good. A symbol of the price of power. As she placed the small metal box at the base of the statue, she whispered the words Al had once said to her, the last words he had spoken before everything had collapsed. Sometimes, the weight of the world is too much to bear, but maybe it's not the weight we should fear. It's the gravity of our decisions that matters most. Vivian closed her eyes, feeling the weight of those words as she stepped back. She knew, deep down, that Al hadn't just sacrificed himself for the Earth. He had given up everything to teach humanity the most important lesson of all, that no one could ever truly control gravity, or the consequences of their own choices. The legacy of the gravitron was a lesson not just in heroism, but in humility. It was a lesson in knowing when to walk away, knowing when the cost of saving the world might be too high for any one person to bear. And as Vivian watched the crowds gather around the statue, remembering the man who had changed their lives forever, she knew the Earth would continue. It would heal, slowly, imperceptibly, but it would heal, because in the end, no matter how much power a person had, the Earth always found a way to balance itself, and so the world moved forward. The tremors that had once threatened to tear it apart had faded into memory, and in the silence of the universe, the planet slowly found its way back to normal. But Al Jorgensen, the man who had dared to alter the course of nature itself, was gone. He had paid the price for the world's survival, and in the end, the Earth had learned the true cost of gravity. Jonas Carmichael had always considered himself an average man, which was precisely why the world hadn't expected much from him. That was until the day he accidentally invented anti-gravity. It all started on an unusually hot Wednesday morning. The sun hung too high in the sky, as if even it had forgotten what it was supposed to do. Jonas, with his wild hair and perpetually untucked shirt, had spent the previous evening arguing with his lab assistant over the most ridiculous of things, whether or not a specific kind of metal could actually float. The argument ended in a minor explosion, a minor fire, and a minor lawsuit from the neighbor who owned the property next door. But none of that mattered at the moment, because Jonas was thinking about something far more important than the pile of legal threats and scorched metal around him. Anti-gravity, he muttered under his breath, pacing the cluttered lab like a man possessed. It's the next step. I can't be the only one thinking of it. No, Jonas wasn't the first to think about it. Everyone had thought about it. But no one had gotten it quite right. There had been experiments, theories, and some very unsuccessful attempts. But Jonas was not about to let failure, or the world's lack of confidence in him, stop him. He'd spent his entire life being underestimated, and now was his chance to prove everyone wrong. The problem was, Jonas wasn't exactly sure how to make anti-gravity work. Not really. But that didn't bother him in the slightest. He had a theory, he always had a theory. The rest of the world called it madness, but Jonas called it thinking outside the box. Or, more accurately, thinking outside the atmosphere. He'd been tinkering with magnets, energy fields, and theories of quantum mechanics for years. He wasn't an expert, but he knew enough to get himself into trouble. This time, he thought he had a breakthrough. He was standing over a magnetic coil when he noticed something peculiar, a faint hum. The hum intensified, growing louder as he fiddled with the knobs and switches. He didn't know what it was, but he could feel it in his gut. Something was about to happen. Then, in a flash of light and a hum so deep it shook the ground, the entire laboratory lifted off the ground. Jonas, startled, scrambled to keep his feet on the floor as the building hovered. The hum turned into a high-pitched whine, and then, as quickly as it had begun, it stopped. Jonas looked around, eyes wide. His lab was floating in mid-air. "Well," he said, blinking, "I think I just invented anti-gravity." In the days that followed, Jonas didn't waste time in telling the world about his accidental achievement. The floating lab, his accidental test run, wasn't exactly a stable experiment, but it was proof enough that anti-gravity wasn't just some out-of-reach fantasy. The press got a hold of the story quickly. His accidental genius turned him from a failed inventor into an overnight sensation. By the time he had gotten around to fixing the lab's wiring, Jonas was already fielding interviews and invitations from prominent tech moguls. The world's eyes were suddenly on Jonas Carmichael, and he wasn't ready for it. Jonas was a scientist, not a celebrity, but he couldn't help it. The world had a fascination with the man who had defied the laws of physics. Levitas, the city Jonas had begun building, was born out of this fascination. The idea came to him on another sleepless night, sipping coffee from an old mug that had more cracks than the Grand Canyon. A floating city. Not just a floating building or a floating lab. A city. A place where people could escape Earth's gravity, where they could live above the problems of the world. Levitas was meant to be a utopia, a safe haven for anyone tired of the chaos below, and somehow, against all odds, people believed him. Jonas wasn't sure how he pulled it off, but by the time Levitas was half built, there were already hundreds of people, some curious, some idealistic, and some simply looking for an escape, ready to inhabit the floating city. They signed contracts, traded their earthly possessions for a chance at a life in the sky, and soon, Levitas began to take shape. The city wasn't pretty, not in the traditional sense. The architecture was far from sleek or polished. It was an amalgamation of floating platforms, makeshift buildings, and barely functional streets. The infrastructure was a patchwork of experimental technology, partially powered by Jonas's anti-gravity generator, partially powered by wind turbines, and partially powered by sheer determination. But to the residents of Levitas, it didn't matter. They were free from the dirt, the pollution, the corruption of Earth. They were free, or at least, that's what they thought. Jonas was still figuring out how the whole thing worked, but as the city expanded, his fame grew, too. Levitas became not only a marvel of modern science but a symbol of hope. People called Jonas the Floating Messiah, a title he never wanted but found hard to escape. He had never intended to lead a city. Hell, he could barely manage his own life. But now he was the one they all turned to when things went wrong. And things went wrong often, because Levitas, despite its many virtues, was a disaster waiting to happen. The platform on which Levitas floated was unstable. Jonas had calculated that it would hover just fine, but he had never anticipated how gravity itself would behave in a city this large. At any given moment, a part of Levitas could come close to plummeting back to Earth. Jonas, of course, had no idea how to fix that, and so, in his typical fashion, he just ignored the issue and hoped for the best. Meanwhile, the city was becoming more and more chaotic. The residents were an odd mix of intellectuals, tech enthusiasts, artists, and a few wanderers who had no idea what they were doing, but they had all been lured by Jonas's grand vision. The floating city was full of beautiful dreams, but also full of confusion and absurdity. There were no clear laws, no citywide regulations. And yet, somehow, the residents loved it. They reveled in the chaos, in the strange and unusual. There was a kind of freedom that came with not knowing what was going to happen next. Jonas tried to maintain order, he really did. But he was constantly distracted by his own mounting celebrity, by the interviews, the fan clubs, the tech companies that wanted his anti-gravity generator for themselves. Levitas was starting to look less like a haven and more like a circus, and Jonas wasn't sure how to stop it. One night, after a particularly trying conversation with a reporter who wanted to know about the cultural impact of anti-gravity, Jonas stood at the edge of Levitas, gazing down at the earth below. It looked peaceful from up here, calm and untouched. But the truth was, the peace of Levitas wasn't what it seemed. There were cracks beneath the surface, cracks in the technology, cracks in the people, and cracks in Jonas's own mind. He didn't know how much longer he could keep it all together. What he didn't know, however, was that while he was busy trying to hold everything together, he was about to catch the attention of someone far beyond the stars. The next morning, Jonas woke up with a headache that felt like a marching band was rehearsing in his skull. He had spent the night trying to figure out the anti-gravity generator's recent hiccups, a technical glitch that made parts of Levitas float a little too high, a little too unpredictably. His mind was clouded, and he couldn't shake the sense that something was wrong. The last few days had been an endless stream of interviews, photo ops, and the occasional sabotage attempt from disgruntled engineers who didn't quite understand the genius of his design, or perhaps just didn't like the fact that Jonas had, for all intents and purposes, accidentally invented the future. But none of that mattered right now. Not in the face of what he'd seen last night. Jonas had stepped out onto the observation deck before bed, looking down at the sprawling city below. The gravity fields in the city flickered unpredictably, causing the buildings to sway slightly. He tried to dismiss the odd sensation, but it nagged at him. That wasn't what bothered him, though. What bothered him was the faint, almost imperceptible signal he'd picked up on his communications radar. It wasn't from Earth. It wasn't even from the moon. It came from somewhere beyond the stars. Jonas, of course, had thought it was a glitch in the system. He was, after all, no expert in intergalactic communication, but something about the signal felt too precise, too deliberate to be a mistake. It was a frequency unlike any he had encountered before, mathematically perfect, a pattern in the static that called to him like a siren's song. And now, standing in the heart of Levitas, the vast floating city that was somehow still standing, despite his best efforts to make it fall, Jonas realized that his accidental invention had done far more than give him fame. It had turned Levitas into a beacon. And the universe was watching. That he wasn't sure what to make of it, but there was no time to waste. A visit from space wasn't something he could take lightly. By the time he'd thrown on his jacket and walked toward the central command center of Levitas, word had already spread. His assistant, Valerie, who was as practical and grounded as Jonas was wild and unfocused, was already at work, trying to filter through the city's numerous systems. She was good at this sort of thing. Where Jonas saw chaos, she saw patterns, and she had an uncanny ability to solve problems that seemed impossible. Jonas, we've got something strange happening. You should see this, Valerie said, her voice tense but calm. Jonas followed her into the control room, where a group of engineers were already gathered around a large, flickering screen. The data was flashing rapidly, the kind of data no one had ever thought they'd see. It was the signal. It had gotten stronger, clearer. The source of the transmission was no longer a distant blip. It was coming closer. Jonas stared at the screen, his heart pounding. What is that? It's a ship, Valerie said, her voice steady but laced with disbelief. An alien ship. Jonas felt the ground beneath his feet shift, even though the platform was supposed to be stable. The air in the room grew heavier, and for a moment, no one spoke. The room felt too small. Too cramped. I don't know what you're talking about, Jonas said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. Are you sure it's not just a satellite, or? Jonas, Valerie interrupted. It's moving. Toward us. Suddenly, the tension in the room snapped, and the team sprang into action. They began working the control panels, typing commands into consoles, trying to analyze the incoming signal. The ship was too far away to make out clearly, but the pattern was unmistakable. It was a deliberate approach. And the frequency it was emitting, the frequency Jonas had first detected last night, was not a random cosmic signal. It was a signal designed to communicate. The worst part? They had no idea who was sending it. Jonas was a scientist, not a diplomat. He had no training in dealing with extraterrestrial visitors. But the truth was, he was the only one who could understand what was happening. Levitas wasn't just a technological marvel anymore. It was a beacon. And the universe had taken notice that he had created something so powerful that it was no longer just his own. Levitas had drawn attention, and now it was attracting a force far beyond anything Jonas had prepared for. For the next few hours, Jonas and his team worked feverishly to track the alien ship's progress. The signal was growing stronger with each passing minute. Finally, they received confirmation. The ship had arrived. It was unlike anything Jonas had ever imagined. The ship was enormous, an almost organic shape, rippling with an energy that seemed to bend the very fabric of space around it. It wasn't mechanical. It didn't look like something built. It looked alive. As if it were part of the stars themselves. It hovered just beyond the reach of Levitas, a vast shadow hanging in the sky. The lights of the ship flickered once, twice, before it began to pulse in a rhythmic pattern. Jonas could feel it in his bones, the pull of the energy. He could tell it was calling to him. But what did they want? Valerie turned to Jonas, her face pale. We can't just ignore this, Jonas. They're here. And they want what we've got. Jonas rubbed his temples, his mind spinning. He had always imagined that his discovery would change the world. He never imagined it would bring about a confrontation with beings from another galaxy. What do they want? He muttered. I think we both know what they want, Valerie said quietly. They want the anti-gravity tech. Jonas felt a cold sweat break out along his neck. He had built Levitas with the hope of creating a better future for Earth, a place where people could escape the weight of their problems. But now it seemed as if that very technology had drawn the attention of something far more dangerous, the Zarkari. That was what the alien ship's frequency was telling them. Zarkari, an ancient race that had been rumored to exist for millennia, watching Earth from the shadows. Jonas had heard whispers of them in some of the more obscure scientific journals, but he had never taken them seriously. They were just myths. Just stories. Now, Jonas knew better. A low, vibrating hum echoed through Levitas as the alien ship powered up its engines. The city's gravity fields wobbled. Buildings shook. The once pristine sky began to ripple with strange energy patterns, as if the very atmosphere was bending under the pressure of the alien presence. I can't hold this, one of the engineers shouted. The city's not stable enough to handle this much energy. Jonas's heart raced. Levitas was in danger. His beautiful city, his dream, was crumbling under the weight of its own success. The anti-gravity technology that had been the source of all his accomplishments was now the thing that could destroy everything. We have to do something, Valerie said, her voice urgent. We can't just wait for them to come down here and take what they want. Jonas nodded, his mind working furiously. But he had no idea how to fight back against an alien race with technology that far outstripped anything humanity had ever known. Get me a communicator, Jonas ordered. I'm going to talk to them. Valerie stared at him. What are you going to say? I don't know yet, Jonas said, swallowing hard. But I'm going to try. A few moments later, a small communication device was handed to Jonas. He held it up, staring at the strange symbols flickering on its screen. He didn't know how to communicate with them, but he had to try. He pressed a button, the screen flickered, and a voice, deep and resonant, came through. It wasn't a language Jonas recognized. It sounded like nothing he had ever heard, partly mechanical, partly organic, but Jonas had no time to waste on the unknown. I know what you want, Jonas said, his voice shaky but firm. But you can't have it. This city isn't for war. It's not for conquest. It's for peace. It's a symbol of what humanity can achieve if we work together. The voice on the other end paused, then responded, its tone still cryptic but carrying a distinct undertone of amusement. You speak of peace, human, the voice said, but you have created a weapon. A weapon we need. And now, we will take it. Jonas's heart dropped. The Zarkari had spoken the truth. The technology he had created had become something far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. Levitas wasn't a city. It was a target. We're not giving it to you, Jonas said, trying to sound braver than he felt. The alien voice echoed through the communicator. Then, human, it said, prepare for war. Jonas's pulse quickened as the alien voice faded out, leaving a ringing silence behind. He stood there, the communicator still pressed to his ear, the weight of the Zarkari's words sinking into him. Prepare for war. The words echoed in his mind, amplifying his sense of impending doom. For a moment, it felt like the world around him had ceased to exist. All he could hear was the mechanical hum of Levita's anti-gravity engines struggling to stay stable. But then, as if pulled out of a trance, Jonas snapped back to reality. He could feel the cold, tingling sweat at his neck, the thick, oppressive air in the control room. Panic was spreading like wildfire among the engineers and residents of Levitas. We need a plan, Valerie's voice cut through the chaos, but Jonas didn't know where to begin. He had never intended to lead a war. Hell, he wasn't even sure how to keep a floating city from crashing to the ground. But now, the world wasn't just questioning his genius, it was asking him to defend it. Against an alien invasion, Jonas, Valerie said, her voice urgent. We've got to move fast. The gravity wells are destabilizing. The Zarkari are already preparing for their next move. Jonas turned to look at the main display. It showed the alien ship now in full form, looming large against the backdrop of space, its shape impossible to comprehend fully. It wasn't just a ship. It was an organism, alive and seemingly pulsing with energy. Each movement it made sent ripples through the atmosphere around Levitas, distorting reality like waves across a pond. How long until they reach us? Jonas asked, though he already knew the answer. A few hours, maybe less, Valerie said. She was already at her console, her hands flying over the keyboard. We can try to power up the defensive systems, but they're not designed to withstand something like this. The Zarkari are too advanced. Jonas swallowed hard. He was already thinking about the anti-gravity generator, the core of everything. The device he had built as a marvel, as a gift to humanity, had now become a weapon that could either save or destroy them. It was too powerful, too important, and the Zarkari wanted it. They were willing to take Levitas, his city, by force to get it. The panic among the residents had already begun to spread. People were talking about fleeing, some of them already packing bags and preparing for a hasty departure. Jonas could hear the murmurs of fear echoing through the corridors. He wasn't the right person to lead a battle. He was the guy who created the mess, who couldn't even keep his coffee from spilling all over his notes. But in this moment, Jonas realized something that terrified him. There was no one else. He was the only one who knew how to use the technology, the only one who had built Levitas. And now, he was going to have to fight for it. We can't let them take the city, Jonas said, his voice steadier than he felt. He turned to Valerie, the one person he trusted most in this crisis. Do we have any options? Any chance of stopping them? Valerie paused, her fingers hovering above the keyboard, then finally pressed a few keys. A map of Levitas appeared on the screen, outlining the major structures, the floating sectors that made up the city. We have two options, she said, pulling up a diagram of the city's energy systems. We can try to amplify the anti-gravity field, use it to make Levitas unpredictable, force them to chase us, or we can overload the core. But both options come with consequences. Jonas' heart sank. Overloading the core would mean the city would come crashing down, but it could also destabilize the alien ship systems long enough for them to escape. On the other hand, amplifying the anti-gravity field might cause Levitas to become even more unstable, but it could also give them a chance to outmaneuver the Zarkari. The first option was risky, the second was desperate. Neither seemed like a good idea. You're telling me we don't have a way out that doesn't involve us all dying? Jonas asked, incredulous. I'm afraid not, Valerie replied quietly, not meeting his eyes. But we do have one other thing. I've been tinkering with the city's communication system. It's possible we can send out a signal to other factions in the galaxy. Maybe there's someone who can help us. Someone who would help us? Jonas asked. I didn't exactly make any friends when I invented anti-gravity. Most people think I'm a madman, remember? I'm just saying it's an option, Valerie said, her tone firm but also tinged with desperation. She looked up at him, meeting his eyes. Jonas, we have to try something. The Zarkari are on their way. They won't be here for much longer. The weight of the moment settled on Jonas. Everything had led to this. The city, the technology, the lives of the people who had followed him, all hinged on one decision. He wasn't ready for war. But there wasn't a choice anymore. Not when everything he had created, everything he had worked for, was at risk of being torn apart. Start preparing the amplification, Jonas said, making a snap decision. But hold off on the overload. Let's see if we can make it work. Valerie nodded and got to work. Meanwhile, Jonas turned to his team of engineers. They had their hands full, trying to stabilize Levita's gravity fields as the ship loomed closer. Each person worked with a grim determination, knowing the clock was ticking down, but Jonas wasn't going to sit around and wait. He knew that Levitas was not just a city, it was a symbol. A symbol of hope, of human potential. If he let the Zarkari take it from him, what would it mean for the future of humanity? What message would that send? He couldn't let them win. Not without a fight, Jonas took a deep breath and walked over to the communications panel. The Zarkari were on their way. If they could hear him now, if they could understand him, he had to say something. He had to buy them time. Jonas gripped the communicator. He didn't know if it would do any good, but he had to try. This is Jonas Carmichael, leader of Levitas, he said, his voice steady despite the storm raging in his chest. I know why you're here. And I won't give you the anti-gravity technology. You want it, but it's not yours. Levitas is a place for peace, not war. You will not take it from us. For a moment, there was nothing. No response. Just the unsettling silence that seemed to stretch on forever. Jonas' heart raced as he awaited the reply. Then, the voice returned, cold and metallic as ever. Your defiance is futile, human. You have no idea what you are dealing with. Your technology is an obstacle to our destiny. You will give it to us. Jonas clenched his jaw, trying to steady himself. This wasn't a negotiation. The Zarkari were beyond diplomacy. And Jonas knew, deep down, that no amount of words would make them turn back. We'll see about that, he muttered under his breath. He turned and walked briskly over to Valerie, who had already started the process of amplifying the anti-gravity field. Do it, Jonas ordered, his voice filled with resolve. With a series of rapid commands, Valerie began the procedure. The ground beneath their feet rumbled, and the entire city shuddered as the power levels surged. For a moment, it seemed like everything would fall apart. But then, as if by some miracle, the field stabilized. Levitas was now in a state of full flight, shifting in ways it had never done before, its architecture trembling but holding. The city was an unpredictable, floating beast. Jonas stood by, watching the strange energy pulse through the air. It was a gamble. A desperate, wild gamble. But it was the only option they had, and in the distance, the Zarkari ship began to descend, its shadow swallowing the city. The Zarkari ship loomed closer, its massive presence casting a chilling shadow over Levitas. The alien vessel was no longer a distant speck in the sky, it was here. The hum of its engines vibrated through the air, a low, predatory growl that seemed to reverberate in Jonas' chest. Levitas, now in a state of near chaos, teetered like a fragile balloon, shifting in space as the anti-gravity fields fluctuated wildly. The amplified technology had done its job, at least for the moment, but the instability was palpable. If they didn't act fast, everything could come crashing down. Jonas stood at the edge of the control room, staring at the alien ship as it drew nearer. He couldn't help but feel small under its shadow. A part of him, the scientist in him, was in awe of what he was seeing. But another part, the part that had built this city from nothing, the part that cared about the people who had put their faith in him, was filled with fury. "We have to do something," Valerie said, her voice tense but sharp as she worked the controls. Jonas snapped his head back to her. "We're doing something. We're not just sitting here and waiting for them to take us." She nodded, her fingers flying over the control panel as she tried to stabilize the anti-gravity fields one last time. "I can't hold this much longer," she warned. "If we don't act now, Levitas will be reduced to debris in the sky. And they'll get the technology they came for." Jonas knew she was right. There was no time for hesitation. The Zarkari ship was almost upon them, its lights flickering like some ancient, menacing star. He thought of the people of Levitas. The dreamers who had come here for freedom. The intellectuals who believed in a new world. The wanderers who just wanted to escape the suffocating gravity of Earth. The city was more than just technology, it was their hope. Jonas had created it, and he wasn't about to let it fall into the hands of the Zarkari. "Can we fight back?" Jonas asked, though he wasn't sure if he wanted to hear the answer. "There's no way we can match their firepower," Valerie said, her eyes glued to the display as the ship's descent became more deliberate. "But we can try to create a diversion, make them think Levitas is more dangerous than it really is. Buy us time." Jonas swallowed hard. It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all they had. "Do it," he said. Valerie didn't hesitate. She began typing furiously, adjusting the frequencies, altering the gravitational fields. Levitas responded with a violent shudder, and Jonas could feel the pull of the city's unstable foundation beneath his feet. The platforms quivered, as if they could break free at any moment. But the lights in the city's central core brightened, flickering like an electric pulse racing through the heart of Levitas. It was a spectacle, a signal, bright and powerful, intended to draw attention. If they were going down, they were going down with a fight. "Hold tight," Valerie shouted, just as the vibrations grew stronger. Levitas lurched, the entire city groaning under the stress. Jonas's stomach twisted as he grabbed the edge of the control panel to steady himself. Outside, the Zarkari ship seemed to pause, hovering in the air like a vast, predatory bird. Its surface shimmered with an eerie, metallic sheen, and Jonas could almost see the alien intelligence assessing them. The ship's lights flared brightly, then dimmed, as though it were contemplating their next move. "Did it work?" Jonas asked, his voice tight. For a few seconds, there was only silence. The engineers were focused on their screens, waiting, watching. But the Zarkari ship made no move, no sudden attack. Instead, it hovered in place, like a watchful predator, waiting for the right moment to strike. "They're scanning us," Valerie said, her voice low, almost a whisper. "They're trying to figure out what we did. Can we hold out?" Jonas asked. Valerie bit her lip. "We might have a few minutes. Maybe less." Jonas nodded, thinking quickly. They didn't have much time. He had to make them believe Levitas was too dangerous to take. He needed a way to keep the Zarkari distracted long enough to either escape or find another solution. His mind raced, but he couldn't focus on the specifics. His instincts kicked in. "Prepare the overload sequence," Jonas said, not waiting for a response. The idea was reckless. Dangerous. But if they overloaded the core, they could force the Zarkari to retreat. The massive gravitational force that would result could destabilize the ship's engines long enough for Levitas to escape. "Maybe, are you sure?" Valerie asked, her eyes widening. If we overload the core, just do it, Jonas interrupted. We'll survive the fallout. They won't. Valerie hesitated, but only for a moment. She nodded and turned to the console, typing in the necessary commands. As the overload sequence started, the hum of the anti-gravity generators grew louder, vibrating through the entire city. The lights flickered once more, and the sound was deafening. Levitas began to tremble again, as though it were alive, responding to the threat in its core. Outside, the Zarkari ship's lights flared once more. Jonas could almost hear the alien intelligence calculating its next move. The massive vessel, which had seemed so unstoppable only moments before, now appeared cautious. The Zarkari were used to dominating, to taking without resistance. But Jonas wasn't giving up without a fight. He wasn't going to let them take everything he had built, everything he had worked for. We're close, Valerie said, her voice strained. The overload sequence is almost complete. Just a few more seconds. Jonas stared at the ship outside, willing the plan to work. They had to buy time. They had to make the Zarkari think twice about taking Levitas. The next few moments would decide their fate. Then, a loud crash echoed through the city as one of the floating platforms buckled under the strain of the gravitational disruption. The city shuddered violently, and Jonas's heart skipped a beat. The platform was breaking apart. The city was beginning to fall apart. We've got no choice, Jonas said, pushing past the fear that gripped his chest. Activate the overload now. Valerie pressed the final key, and the core of Levitas unleashed a burst of energy so powerful that it lit up the sky like a second sun. The entire city surged with power, and Jonas felt the violent shake of Levitas as the anti-gravity fields destabilized. It was now a ticking time bomb, and it was heading straight for the Zarkari ship. The alien vessel reacted instantly. Its engines roared to life, and the ship began to pull away, trying to escape the gravitational disturbance. But it was too late. Levitas had already begun its downward descent. The energy from the core overloaded the Zarkari systems, scrambling their ship's ability to maintain stability. The once imposing ship faltered, its lights dimming in a desperate attempt to regain control. Jonas could see the panic in the alien vessel's movements. It was turning, retreating, but it wasn't fast enough. Levitas, unpredictable, unstable, and filled with raw energy, began to descend toward the Earth's atmosphere, pulling the Zarkari ship along in a desperate spiral. It was a gamble. A dangerous one. And Jonas had no idea if it would work. The gravitational collapse could either send them hurtling toward Earth or create a rift in the space-time continuum. Either way, it was a ride they couldn't get off. The city groaned under the pressure as it plummeted. Jonas felt the air crackle with energy. The Zarkari ship struggled to maintain its distance, but the forces at play were too great. The two vessels spiraled closer together, locked in an unforgiving dance. The city's core was reaching its breaking point, and Jonas held on, praying the overload would keep the Zarkari at bay long enough to give them an escape. And then, with a deafening roar, the city and the alien ship were enveloped in a blinding flash of light. Sam Spencer didn't believe in signs. At least, that's what he always told himself. The man who could never figure out how to get his grocery list right, let alone follow any kind of greater purpose, wasn't about to start ascribing meaning to a meteor shower. It was just another Tuesday. He'd been trudging home from his boring office job, a place he worked because it had a steady paycheck and a coffee machine he knew how to operate, when the first bright streak of light tore across the sky. At first, he thought it was just a car headlight, one of those trick of the eye kind of things that only happened when you were half asleep behind the wheel of your Hyundai. But no, this one was big. Really big. A meteor, he thought. Nothing more. Sam wasn't the type to stop and gawk at falling space debris. In fact, he was the kind of guy who'd rather keep his head down, get home, eat a frozen pizza, and go to bed. But today, as the sky crackled with an unnatural, pulsating glow, he felt an almost magnetic pull in his chest. It wasn't fear. It was curiosity. A strange, almost primitive sensation that whispered, "Look at this. It's important." So he did. He stared up at the darkening sky as the meteor shower unfolded, glowing like fireworks on the horizon. His mouth went dry. No one else was around. The street was eerily quiet, save for the faint hum of a faraway truck. Sam shook his head, muttering under his breath. Crazy, he thought. It's just a meteor shower. You've been watching too many sci-fi movies. But then it happened. The air around him seemed to distort. The ground shook just slightly beneath his feet. He felt something. A sharp, sudden jolt like a lightning bolt crashing straight through his body. He stumbled backward, eyes wide, as an intense burst of energy shot through his chest. Sam froze. He couldn't move. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, and the world tilted, just for a moment, then, nothing. No impact. No explosions. No earth-shattering event, just a strange, lingering sense that something had fundamentally shifted. The universe had nudged him. Or maybe shoved him. Hard. Sam blinked a few times, then glanced around, expecting someone to be standing there, staring at him. But there was no one. He sighed, rubbed his temples, and muttered under his breath, "Great, now I'm talking to myself. Maybe I should lay off the frozen pizza and start eating real food again. Maybe I'll even see a doctor. Or a priest. Or someone who's good with whatever this is." He made his way home, albeit with a lingering sense of unease that couldn't be shaken. The next morning, Sam woke up with a headache that felt like someone had tried to drill into his skull while he slept. When he dragged himself to the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face, he noticed something odd. The reflection in the mirror looked different. He wasn't sure how to explain it. His face was still the same, his hair a bit messier than usual, but his eyes looked almost brighter. He squinted. Maybe it was just the headache messing with him. He had a reputation for being a little slow to wake up, but that wasn't the strangest part. No, that came when Sam accidentally knocked his toothbrush off the counter. As it fell, he instinctively reached out for it, not thinking. A wave of force shot out from his hand, and the toothbrush froze mid-air, hovering in place, as if the laws of physics had just been completely forgotten. He stared at it, heart pounding in his chest. His breath came out in short, jagged bursts. He reached out slowly, the toothbrush still suspended like some bizarre magic trick. His fingers brushed against it, and it dropped gently back onto the counter, as though nothing had happened. But Sam's pulse was racing. What the hell was that? For the next few hours, Sam tried to ignore it. He told himself it was just some weird side effect of the meteor shower, maybe radiation, or space junk affecting his brain. But when his cat, Mr. Whiskers, jumped up onto the windowsill and knocked over a cup, Sam instinctively reached out to catch it. The cup, too, paused in midair as soon as his hand was near it, defying all logic. Sam gulped. Was he actually controlling gravity? He tried to put it out of his mind. He spent the day at work, but his thoughts kept drifting back to those strange moments. Maybe he was dreaming. Maybe he had finally cracked under the weight of his boring, monotonous life. But as the evening rolled in, he found himself standing in front of his apartment door, holding the handle, and then, with a glance, the handle itself began to bend. Not break, but warp. Like it was made of taffy. No way, Sam muttered. This can't be real. But it was, and that night, as he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the universe spoke to him in a way that no ordinary person could understand. In his dreams, the stars stretched and pulsed, twisting in intricate patterns that Sam couldn't begin to comprehend. The blackness of space surrounded him, endless and vast. Yet in the midst of it all, there was a presence. It wasn't an entity, but something far more ancient. Sam could feel it, a force pulling him closer. A voice, deep and cosmic, whispered in the dark recesses of his mind. The gravity of your actions will reshape everything. The trap is set. The black hole approaches. You are its agent. The world is bound to you now. Sam bolted upright, gasping for air. He glanced around, unsure if he was awake or still caught in some kind of cosmic dream. It was the black hole. The days that followed were a blur. Sam's powers grew more pronounced, more uncontrollable. Objects didn't just float anymore. They warped. The world bent under his will, his fingertips barely grazing a surface before it twisted in strange, unexplainable ways. The local news was soon flooded with strange reports of unnatural phenomena, cars floating in mid-air, entire buildings shaking as if caught in a violent storm. And Sam? Well, he became something of a local hero. People called him the Gravity Man. He levitated groceries, turned water bottles into fountains of swirling, spinning liquid, and used his powers to impress his friends with ridiculous feats of strength. But then, one day, things took a darker turn. Sam was fiddling with an old radio at home when it happened. He'd been experimenting, of course, flicking the dial as he concentrated on the power surging through his body. A stray wave of force hit the radio, and the ground beneath him rumbled. That was when the first crack appeared in the sky. It wasn't an earthquake. It wasn't a storm. It was a distortion, like the fabric of reality itself was beginning to warp. Sam's heart skipped a beat. The black hole wasn't just a dream. It was coming for him and for Earth. Sam sat in the silence that followed, his mind racing. The rumbling sensation underfoot had stopped, but the air around him seemed to hum with an unfamiliar energy. He looked out the window, his eyes squinting as he scanned the sky. The crack, a thin, shimmering fissure that had split the clouds, remained. It was small, almost unnoticeable, yet Sam couldn't shake the sense that it was not just a weather anomaly. He could feel it now, deep in his bones, like gravity itself had started to warp around him, as if the very laws of the universe were slowly unraveling. He stood up and walked toward the window, his movement stiff. The glowing crack in the sky pulsed, faint at first, like a heartbeat, and it sent a cold shiver down his spine. Sam could feel it. The black hole. The voice he'd heard in his dreams echoed in his mind. The black hole approaches. The trap. The trap was real. He stumbled away from the window, suddenly dizzy, his head swimming with thoughts he couldn't fully grasp. His powers were tied to this force, this cosmic anomaly, but what did it want? What had it done to him? He placed his hands on his desk, steadying himself. Everything around him felt too light, like he wasn't fully connected to the earth beneath him. He tried to steady his breathing, but each breath seemed to make him float a little higher off the ground. It wasn't just his mind playing tricks. The gravitational field in his apartment was shifting. He was floating a few inches at first, and then a foot. His feet left the floor, and his body followed, as if drawn upward by invisible strings. He caught himself before he could hit the ceiling, clenching his fists, forcing his body to come back down. This wasn't just gravity warping. This was something else entirely. He shook his head, trying to clear the confusion. Sam had to get a grip. He was a normal guy. Just a regular office worker with no business having anything to do with black holes. He needed to get it together, take control. He could feel his muscles tightening with the effort of focusing on something as simple as gravity. A normal guy couldn't manipulate the pull of the universe like it was a child's toy, but he wasn't normal anymore, was he? The buzzing in his mind intensified, louder now, a constant reminder that the black hole's energy was close. He had to understand it, or it would destroy him, and probably everything else. Sam tried again, focusing this time on the weight of his feet. Slowly, carefully, he allowed himself to sink back down toward the floor, like a leaf falling back to the earth. Gravity returned to normal. For a moment, it felt as though nothing had changed, but Sam knew better. He wasn't just controlling the gravity in his room, his powers were stretching, reaching farther, becoming something that didn't just affect his small corner of the world. He grabbed his coat and slammed the door behind him, his heart pounding as he rushed out into the street. He needed to find answers. The sky above him had changed in the few minutes he'd been inside. The crack in the clouds had widened, and more streaks of light pulsed across the heavens, like veins of light carved into the very fabric of space. People on the street stopped, staring up, confused and frightened. A young woman on her phone started screaming. The world had noticed. Sam could feel the weight of it now, a heavy pressure in the air, as if everything was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. He turned toward the convenience store on the corner, where his best friend Kevin worked. Kevin, an unassuming guy with a quick wit and a sharp sense of humor, had been the one person Sam had confided in about his strange powers. Kevin was also the kind of person who would have a logical explanation for this, no matter how crazy it seemed. Sam burst through the door, panting. Kevin, who had been stocking chips on the shelf, looked up in surprise. Sam? Kevin raised an eyebrow. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. It's worse, Sam muttered, trying to catch his breath. It's the black hole. It's here. Or at least it's coming. It's messing with everything. The skies cracked open, Kevin. You've got to be kidding me, Kevin said, but the nervousness in his voice betrayed his sarcasm. That's insane. What, like, a black hole is just gonna pop out of the sky and suck us all in? I don't know, Sam said, but I feel it. I can't control it. It's like gravity's messed up. I mean, just look at the sky. Kevin turned toward the door and squinted out into the street. His expression shifted from skepticism to confusion, then to alarm. Okay, that's definitely not normal. I told you, Sam said. I'm not crazy. I've been trying to figure out what happened to me after the meteor shower. I thought it was radiation or something, but now it's worse. I can feel it, whatever this thing is, it's connected to me. It's pulling me in. And I think it's pulling everything else in too. Kevin swallowed hard, clearly trying to keep his cool. So what do we do? How do we fix this? I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out too, Sam said, running his fingers through his hair. I think we need to figure out where it's coming from. Find out what it wants. The lights in the store flickered, and the ground beneath them rumbled again, this time more intensely than before. Kevin gasped, stumbling backward, and Sam grabbed his arm to steady him. This is bad, Sam. This is really bad. I know, Sam said, his voice tight with urgency. We have to act fast. I can't keep it under control much longer. The two of them raced out into the street, and Sam immediately felt the pull of the gravitational anomaly. The air shimmered, and the ground seemed to buckle beneath them as if some invisible force was pressing down. Sam closed his eyes, focusing. He couldn't afford to lose control, not now. He reached out with his powers, gently adjusting the gravity around them to keep them grounded. The crack in the sky widened further, and the earth shook. People screamed as the streets began to collapse, the ground splitting open, causing buildings to sway and fall. The pull from the sky was intensifying, like a vacuum was sucking the life out of everything it touched. Sam could feel it now, deep inside. This was no accident. This was no freak event. It was a force beyond human comprehension. The black hole was here, Sam was the conduit. And the world was beginning to crumble under its weight. As they ran down the street, Sam focused all his energy on trying to stabilize the gravitational forces around him. But the more he tried, the worse it got. The air was thick with pressure, and the ground beneath his feet threatened to break apart. It was as if every step he took was dragging him closer to the black hole, and the harder he fought against it, the harder it pulled. Sam, what do we do? Kevin shouted, panic in his voice. This is insane. How are we supposed to stop a black hole? Sam didn't have an answer. He didn't even know how he was supposed to stop himself from being sucked in, let alone the entire planet. He looked up again at the ever-widening crack in the sky. The glowing streaks had turned into jagged lines, veins of pure cosmic energy, and there, at the center of it all, was the black hole. It was not just a force of nature anymore. It was alive and it was coming for him. Sam could feel the pull intensifying. His body felt like it was being stretched, his very cells being tugged toward the source of the disturbance. He staggered, his legs buckling beneath him as gravity warped around him, pulling him off balance, and then, in a flash of realization, it hit him: the black hole wasn't just pulling him in. It was using him. He was its bridge and the world. It wasn't just a passive observer. The black hole was drawing Earth itself closer, closer to the event horizon. Closer to being swallowed whole. Sam staggered back, trying to keep his footing. It was a race against time. He had to find a way to sever the connection before the pull became irreversible, but there was no easy way out. There was only one chance, and Sam had to take it. The pull of the black hole had grown unbearable. Sam could feel his insides vibrating, like his very atoms were being stretched, pulled toward some distant, terrible center. The earth beneath his feet no longer felt like solid ground, it felt like the surface of a ship about to sink beneath the waves. Kevin, eyes wide with fear, stumbled beside him. "Sam, what do we do now?" His voice was barely audible over the hum of the forces gathering in the air, but Sam could hear it clearly. The panic was setting in. Kevin, the guy who'd always been the first to joke about everything, was now frozen with terror. Sam couldn't blame him. There was no time for jokes now. Sam staggered forward, trying to ground himself in the chaos around him. The air was thick with pressure, an invisible force pressing down on him, trying to crush him into the earth. Buildings around them creaked and groaned, and the ground beneath their feet shook violently as fissures appeared in the pavement, cracks spidering outward like the fabric of reality itself was being torn apart. Sam closed his eyes for a moment, breathing heavily. He could feel the pull of the black hole intensifying, gnawing at the edges of his consciousness. It was as if the black hole was aware of him now, responding to his presence. He could feel the force reaching into his body, making the very marrow of his bones shiver. He couldn't let it win. He had to fight back. Sam had no idea how to stop the black hole, no idea how to sever the connection that had tethered him to it, but he knew one thing for certain: he couldn't let it continue. Not only would it destroy him, it would destroy everything: Kevin, the city, the entire planet. The weight of that truth crashed down on him like a tidal wave, threatening to drown him. He had to take control. He focused, trying to center himself amidst the chaos. His body trembled with the effort, but he forced his mind to narrow, to shut out the fear and focus only on one thing: the pull. In that moment, everything else ceased to exist: the city, the ground beneath him, the world itself. It was just Sam and the black hole. He felt the darkness, its presence pressing against his mind. It was powerful, ancient, an unstoppable force that had consumed everything in its path. But Sam knew something that the black hole didn't. It had made one mistake. It had underestimated him. The energy surged within him, as if the very air around him was becoming a part of him. He could feel the weight of gravity tugging at his limbs, pulling him in every direction, and for the briefest of moments, he thought he might lose control. But then he focused harder, pushing back against the force, forcing the gravity to bend to his will. For the first time since the meteor shower, Sam felt a flicker of something beyond power, beyond fear. It was knowledge. It was the understanding that he wasn't just fighting against the black hole. He was fighting for the very laws of nature itself. He pushed out with his mind, stretching his will across the entire space around him, attempting to undo the damage the black hole had done. The air shifted, vibrating as though the atmosphere itself was about to tear open. The ground beneath them rumbled as though the planet itself was groaning under the pressure. For a brief moment, there was nothing, no sound, no movement. The world held its breath, and then, with a deafening crack, the gravitational forces collapsed, snapping back into place like a rubber band released. Sam gasped, feeling the sudden relief wash over him. His body fell back toward the ground, the crushing weight of the black hole's pull dissipating. The earth underfoot felt solid once again. He staggered, his knees buckling beneath him. He barely managed to catch himself against a nearby lamppost. Kevin, his face ashen, grabbed him, holding him steady. Sam could feel the sweat pouring down his back, his chest heaving with exertion. He had done it. He'd managed to push the black hole's energy back, at least for now, but it was far from over. Sam could still feel the pull, a lingering pressure in the air, like a storm waiting to break. He turned to Kevin, his voice barely more than a whisper. "This isn't over. It's not gone. It's just waiting." Kevin nodded, swallowing hard. "Then what now?" Sam stood up straighter, blinking away the dizziness that clouded his vision. "I don't know. But we have to find out where it's coming from. I need to know more. It's not just me, it's something else, something much bigger than anything I can understand." They both turned toward the sky, where the crack in the heavens still pulsed with an eerie glow. The black hole was still there, still alive. Its energy lingered like a malignant presence, waiting, watching, but Sam had one advantage. He wasn't alone in this anymore. He had Kevin. And together, they would figure this out. They had no choice. They walked in silence for a few minutes, the sound of their footsteps lost in the distant rumble of the city collapsing. Sam's mind raced, running through possibilities, trying to make sense of it all. Every street they passed was in chaos, cars were abandoned in the middle of the roads, and people fled from the destruction. Yet through it all, Sam could feel it, the pulse of the black hole, beating in time with the chaos. That he stopped suddenly, his eyes widening as a new realization hit him. "I need to know where it started," Sam said, voice tight with urgency. "What do you mean?" "The meteor shower," Sam muttered. "The black hole fragments, they came from there. I think they were released when that meteor broke apart. It was no ordinary meteor, it wasn't just space junk. It was the beginning." Kevin looked at him, a mix of confusion and fear in his eyes. "You think this thing was, what, inside the meteor? It came from outer space?" "I don't think it came from outer space. I think it came from space, from the fabric of space itself." Sam felt a chill wash over him as he thought about it. It was a piece of the black hole. "The moment I touched that radiation, I became connected to it. And now, the black hole is trying to pull the world into it." Kevin didn't speak for a long moment, his face pale. He turned his gaze toward the sky, and for the first time, Sam could see the same fear in his eyes. The truth was sinking in. They weren't just fighting an alien force. They were fighting the very fabric of the universe itself. The wind picked up, whipping through the streets as a new tremor rolled through the ground. Sam's heart pounded in his chest, his mind racing as he tried to figure out their next move. He had to find a way to sever his connection to the black hole, to stop it before it consumed everything. But how? He glanced at Kevin, whose eyes were fixed on the horizon. "I don't know what to do," Sam muttered. "I don't know how to stop this. It's too much." Kevin placed a hand on his shoulder, his grip firm, as though trying to steady Sam's unsteady heart. "Then we figure it out together. We've got this, Sam. We just have to keep going." Sam looked at his friend and nodded. They didn't have all the answers. But they had each other. And maybe that was enough, for now. Maxwell Clark was, by all accounts, a nobody. That is, until everything changed on a Tuesday morning. It was the kind of day where the city seemed both too alive and too tired at the same time. The kind of day when the air seemed thicker than usual, as though it might rain, but didn't. New York had that feeling, now more than ever. A haze of floating dust, the remnants of a world that was both perfectly controlled and completely unstable. Max sat at his usual spot in the diner, sipping on synthetic coffee, the kind that tasted like cardboard but somehow kept him going. He had been at the same job for 6 years, an underpaid technician for an old firm that installed maintenance systems for gravity fields, technology that, on the surface, was used for all sorts of practical purposes like construction, transportation, and personal mobility. But Max knew better. Everyone knew better. The world was ruled by gravity, by the artificial gravitational regime, AIGR, a regime that used gravity as a tool of control, a way to keep the masses in check. Max's mind wasn't on the world, though. His mind was on his lunch break. He was staring into his empty coffee cup, his head lost in thought, when the door of the diner chimed with a jarring, mechanical sound that pulled him back to reality. A woman stepped in, and Max barely noticed her at first. That was until she walked straight to his table and slid into the booth across from him with a confident air. She was striking, dressed in sleek metallic fabrics that shimmered like liquid metal. It was the kind of look that didn't belong in a place like this, especially not in a world where people tried so hard to blend in. Her eyes were sharp, dark, almost piercing. She gave him a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, the kind of smile that suggested she knew something he didn't, and she was about to change that. "Max Clark," she said, her voice a low purr, "I've been looking for you." Max blinked, unsure whether he was dreaming or if he had just gotten a little too used to the stale, artificial environment of the diner. His eyes darted to the door, but no one was watching. "No one ever did." "Who are you?" he asked, his voice half a question, half a challenge. The woman's smile widened. "You can call me Eva." "And I'm here because you're coming with me," she said. Before he could even open his mouth to protest, Max raised an eyebrow. He was about to ask who the hell she thought she was, but then she did something strange. Something that stopped his breath in its tracks. She handed him a small silver object, no larger than a marble. Before Max could take it, she placed it in his hand. It felt warm, too warm, and suddenly, his chair began to rise from the floor. Max didn't even have time to react. The entire diner seemed to tilt beneath him, as if gravity itself was suddenly working against him. His feet lifted from the ground, and for a split second, his heart skipped a beat. "What the hell?" he began, but Eva cut him off. "You're levitating, Max. Your body's attuned to gravity. Don't worry, I've got you." The chair floated a few inches above the ground, just enough to send a surge of adrenaline through Max's body. His grip tightened around the silver device in his hand, and within moments, his chair slowly returned to its original position. The diner was quiet again, as though nothing had happened. Max sat there, stunned. Eva leaned forward, her eyes gleaming with something like excitement. "I'm with the resistance. You're part of a much bigger story, Max. It's time you stopped pretending you don't know who you really are." Max's mouth went dry. "What the hell are you talking about?" Eva glanced around the diner, making sure no one was paying attention. The people at the counter continued their quiet chatter, oblivious to the fact that Max's chair had just lifted a few inches off the ground. She leaned closer, her voice soft but urgent. "Max, you have a gift. A rare one. You can control gravity." Max stared at her, trying to process what she was saying. His heart was still racing, and his mind refused to make sense of it all. He was an engineer, sure. He worked with gravity fields every day, but he was hardly some kind of superhero. He was just a guy who showed up to work, did his job, and went home. "Listen," Eva continued, "there's a war happening. A global war, but it's not the kind of war you see on the surface. The artificial gravitational regime controls the world now, Max. Every building, every car, every person, everything is governed by their control of gravity. And they've been using it to keep the masses in check for decades." Max shook his head. "You're crazy. The AIGR is everywhere, but they're just a bunch of corporate drones. They control cities with gravity, sure. But they're not some evil empire." Eva's smile faded. "You don't get it, do you? The AIGR is much more than that. They're manipulating reality itself, Max. They're not just controlling cities. They're controlling minds. They've used gravity to enslave humanity, adjusting the force of gravity to make people compliant. Those who fall in line are lighter, freer to move. Those who resist are weighed down. It's not just a tool, it's a weapon." Max couldn't breathe. His thoughts were spinning. This couldn't be real. It just couldn't. But the way Eva spoke, the certainty in her eyes, made him wonder if he had been asleep this whole time, missing something obvious. "Why me?" he managed to say, his voice hoarse. "Why are you telling me all this?" Eva's eyes softened. "Because you're special, Max. You've always been special. You have the ability to resist their control. You can change gravity, not just for yourself, but for the whole world." Max's mind reeled. For the first time in years, something in him stirred. He had always felt that there was something strange about him, something he couldn't quite put his finger on. He'd never been great at following rules, at staying in line, and when things didn't make sense, he often found a way to break free. But he had no idea it was because he could control gravity. "Come with me," Eva urged, her voice intense. "The resistance is waiting. You're part of something bigger than you could ever imagine. You can help us take down the AIGR, Max." Max hesitated, staring at her, the weight of the decision pressing on him like an invisible force. I don't know if I'm ready." Eva reached out and placed her hand on his. Her touch was steady, confident. "You don't need to be. We'll help you. The world doesn't need another follower. It needs someone who can change the rules. You can be that person." Max's heart raced, but for the first time, it wasn't from fear. It was from something else, a spark, a flicker of hope. Maybe this was the change he had been waiting for, the shift he had been hoping for all along. Slowly, he stood, still gripping the silver device in his hand, and followed Eva out of the diner. The world was waiting. Max's feet hit the ground with an unfamiliar lightness. He had barely realized that he was walking through the streets of the city with Eva, who led him through alleyways and side streets, moving quickly and quietly. It was as if she knew exactly where to go and how to avoid the prying eyes of the AIGR's ever-present surveillance drones. The sound of buzzing drones echoed in the distance, but they were soon lost in the vast urban labyrinth of old buildings, some suspended precariously in mid-air, thanks to the AIGR's gravity control, while others sank low, almost as if they were being sucked into the Earth's gravitational pull. Max had lived in this city his entire life, but he was seeing it for the first time through a new lens. Eva glanced back at him over her shoulder, her pace steady, her face cool and composed. "Keep up. We're almost there." Max felt like he should say something, maybe ask another question, but the words felt stuck in his throat. Everything felt so surreal now. Just a few hours ago, he was eating a virtual pizza, living his routine existence, unaware that gravity itself was the leash that had been holding him back. Now, here he was, following a woman who had just claimed he was capable of destroying or remaking the world itself. "Why me?" he finally blurted out again, though he knew the answer in his gut. She had told him already, but he needed to hear it again, to solidify it in his mind. Eva slowed her pace for a moment, glancing at him as if considering the question. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes never losing their focus. "Because the world's systems are built on a lie, Max. The AIGR controls everything through gravity manipulation, what we feel, how we move, how we think. It's a delicate balance, and it's vulnerable. But not to the AIGR. To you." Max frowned. "That doesn't make sense. If gravity's such a big deal, why don't they just make it impossible for anyone to fight back? If they control gravity, doesn't that mean they can do whatever they want?" Eva's eyes narrowed. "It's not as simple as that. They control the world's infrastructure, the major cities. But what they don't understand is that gravity, the force itself, can't be fully controlled by technology alone. There's an organic connection to it, a resonance, something more profound than they ever imagined. Something you've unknowingly tapped into." Max stumbled slightly, his thoughts spiraling as he processed her words. A resonance. He didn't know what that meant, but deep down, it felt right. It felt like something he had always sensed but never understood. Eva stopped walking and turned toward him. They had reached an old, rusted gate, hidden behind an overgrown patch of trees. It looked like a forgotten entrance, a remnant of a time before gravity had been manipulated to such an extreme degree. Max could barely make out the insignia on the gate, a series of concentric rings, a symbol of gravitational fields. "This is it," Eva said softly, "the resistance base. Behind this gate is where everything starts." Max stared at the gate, then at Eva. The silence stretched for a moment, and then he nodded. They had arrived. Eva placed her hand on the gate, and it slowly creaked open. Max felt a shift in the air around him, a subtle change in the gravitational field. The ground beneath his feet seemed to hum with energy, as if something vast and hidden lay just beneath the surface of reality. Inside, the space opened up into a large underground facility. The walls were covered with screens, holograms, and maps, all displaying the same terrifying reality: the grip of the AIGR on the world, spreading ever outward, tightening its control. There were people moving around, all of them focused, determined, with an edge of urgency in their actions. They paused only to glance at Max and Eva as they entered, acknowledging their presence before returning to their tasks. It was as if everyone here had a single purpose, a single mission. Eva led him down a narrow corridor into a smaller room, lit by the cool, blue glow of a holographic map. A tall man with short cropped hair and a stern face was standing in front of it, his fingers flicking through the projected screens. When he saw Eva and Max, he immediately straightened up and turned toward them. "Eva," he said, his voice clipped, "you're back." "Is he?" "He's the one," Eva replied, her voice steady, but with an edge of excitement. "He's the key." Max shifted uncomfortably under their scrutiny. "I'm not so sure about that," he muttered. "I still don't get why I'm special. I don't feel like anything's changed." Eva gave him a reassuring look. "You haven't felt it yet, but you will. You'll understand soon." The man, his name was Agent Foster, Max learned quickly, nodded and motioned for them to follow him. They passed through several more corridors, all lined with high-tech equipment, some of which Max couldn't even begin to understand. Eventually, they reached a large chamber, its walls covered in shimmering holograms that shifted and flickered like fragmented pieces of a broken puzzle. At the center of the room was a strange, crystalline structure, pulsating with an ethereal glow. Max felt his heart skip a beat as he stared at it. He couldn't explain it, but something inside him tugged in the direction of the crystal, like a magnetic force pulling him closer. "This is it," Eva said, her voice low and serious. "This is the source of the AIGR's power, the artifact. It controls the gravitational systems they've been using for decades. But more importantly, it's the key to everything." Max approached the crystal slowly, drawn to it by something he couldn't describe. As he got closer, the weight of the gravity around him seemed to shift, becoming lighter, more fluid. He felt his own body's resonance with the crystal, an inexplicable connection, as if he had known this moment would come. As his hand hovered just above the surface of the artifact, a deep hum reverberated through his chest, and for a split second, the world seemed to pulse around him. "Max," Agent Foster said, breaking his reverie, "this artifact, it can control the very fabric of reality. The AIGR uses it to manipulate gravity, to maintain control over populations. It's how they stay in power." Max's mind reeled, but the sense of understanding was starting to take hold. This wasn't just about fighting back against an oppressive regime, it was about unlocking something much bigger, much deeper. Something that lay hidden in the very forces of the universe. But just as he reached out to touch the artifact, something unexpected happened. The room trembled. A harsh, mechanical whirring sound filled the air, and the holographic projections on the walls flickered violently. Max's heart raced as he stepped back, but it was too late. The gravity in the room shifted, pulling him off his feet. Eva grabbed him by the arm. "We've been compromised," she said urgently. "The AIGR knows we're here. Get to the escape tunnel." Max's mind was spinning. Before he could react, the entire room began to bend and twist as if the very laws of gravity were being rewritten. The artifact's pulse became erratic, sending waves of gravitational energy through the room. Max felt his body being lifted, his feet leaving the ground, but he wasn't in control. Eva's grip tightened, and she dragged him toward a narrow passage hidden in the corner of the room. The walls were shifting around them, distorting the space as though reality itself was collapsing. Max's head was spinning, and the sound of the drones outside grew louder. "Focus, Max," Eva shouted over the chaos. "You have to control it. This is your moment. You're the one who can stop it." Max tried to steady his breathing, trying to ground himself as his body continued to float. He could feel it now, the hum of the artifact deep in his chest. There was no turning back. This was his moment, his chance to break free. He wasn't just following orders anymore, he was part of something bigger, something that would change everything. He closed his eyes, focused on the sensation of gravity, how it pulled, how it pushed, how it connected everything. His hand reached out, and he felt the pulse of the artifact align with his own. In that instant, Max understood. The entire room shifted again. But this time, Max was the one controlling it. He wasn't just floating now. He was the one making gravity bend to his will. Max's heart pounded in his chest as he stood in the center of the chaos, his mind reeling with the weight of the realization that he had unlocked something far beyond his understanding. The room was still vibrating with the strange, erratic energy emanating from the artifact, but now he felt in control. He felt the hum of gravity beneath his feet, around his body, the very force of the world around him, and for the first time, it was his to command. "Max." Eva's voice cut through the distortion in the air, sharp and urgent. "We need to move. You've got this now. Control it." Max barely registered her words, his focus entirely on the pulsing artifact. He felt a connection to it now, a deep, organic bond, like the artifact and his own gravitational resonance were part of the same web, intertwined with the universe itself. The ground beneath him shifted once more, and without thinking, Max concentrated. The tremors of the room slowed, the overwhelming force of gravity halting as he focused on it. His feet gently returned to the floor, and he stood still, feeling the flow of power move through him, under him, around him. The gravitational waves were no longer chaotic, they were ordered, peaceful, controllable. Max breathed, his body adjusting to the rhythm of the force he was now wielding. The room settled into a momentary stillness, as if the world were waiting for him to decide what came next. Eva was still beside him, her face taut with urgency, but also a flicker of admiration. "We don't have much time," she urged, her voice low. "The AIGR knows we're here now. They'll be sending reinforcements." Max turned his head, seeing the faint outline of shadows moving outside the door, just beyond the thin walls of the facility. His heart rate quickened again, but this time, it wasn't fear. It was something else, anticipation, resolve. He wasn't just the pawn in this game anymore. He was part of the revolution, the force that could change everything. He looked at Eva, meeting her eyes. "Lead the way." Eva gave a small, approving nod. Without another word, she turned and moved swiftly toward the hidden tunnel that Max had barely noticed before. Max followed her, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. Every step felt different, like the very air around him was bending to his will. The tunnel was narrow, but the walls shimmered with the same otherworldly glow that the artifact had emitted. As they moved deeper, the gravity around them seemed to shift and warp, almost as if the entire structure was responding to the artifact's power. "How do we get out of here?" Max asked, his voice low as they moved quickly through the dim corridors. Eva didn't break her stride. "We have a few safe houses. We can lay low for a while. But after that, things will get much harder. The AIGR won't stop until they've destroyed everything we've built." Max nodded. He could feel the weight of the mission settling in. The stakes were higher than ever. They weren't just fighting for survival anymore. They were fighting for a world where gravity no longer held them captive, where the forces of nature weren't twisted into tools of oppression. As they approached the exit of the underground facility, the sound of drones grew louder, their whirring engines sending vibrations through the walls. Max's senses heightened, his body reacting instinctively. He could feel their presence before he saw them, waves of electromagnetic pulses from the drones, sending ripples through the air. "We need to move faster," Eva hissed. Max didn't need any more prompting. He reached out with his mind, extending his control over the gravity in the room. With a thought, the floor beneath him shifted, and suddenly the gravity in the tunnel was lighter. He leapt into the air, hovering slightly, then twisted the gravity around Eva so that she, too, floated upward. Together, they moved through the tunnel, no longer bound by the conventional rules of physics. Max's focus remained steady, but his mind kept wandering back to the artifact, to the ancient power it held. He knew that whatever this was, whatever had just happened, it wasn't just about power. It was about balance. The artifact, he sensed, was more than a tool for domination. It had the potential to rewrite the laws of nature, to return gravity to its natural state, to give people the ability to control it for themselves, but the AIGR had twisted it into a weapon. And now Max had to make a choice: destroy the artifact and risk plunging the world into chaos, or take control of it and reshape everything. The tunnel opened up to the surface, and they emerged into the cool night air, the stars flickering above like distant beacons. Eva glanced over at Max, her face illuminated by the soft light of a street lamp. "Get ready," she said. "We're not out of the woods yet." Max took a deep breath, his pulse racing. As they made their way through the streets, he felt a strange sense of clarity. The world had changed, and so had he. No longer a mere bystander, he was a force, an anomaly in a world that had once seemed unchangeable. They reached an old, abandoned building, its dark windows glowing faintly with the soft light of hidden monitors. Eva led him inside, where they were met by more members of the resistance, hackers, former soldiers, scientists, each of them working together, each with a single, united goal: to bring down the AIGR. The room was filled with the sound of quiet conversation and the hum of technology. Maps covered the walls, and various holographic screens displayed live feeds of the AIGR's movements. It was like stepping into the heart of a storm, but Max felt oddly at peace. He had a part to play now. He had a purpose. Eva turned to him, her eyes serious. "This is it, Max. From here, we're going to make our move. The AIGR has taken control of the world's major cities, but they're vulnerable. They think they control gravity, but they don't. You do. And it's time we show them just how much power they've been taking for granted." Max nodded, his mind already turning over the possibilities. The future of the world was within his grasp, and for the first time in his life, he felt like he was truly in control. He could see it all now: cities floating, gravity returned to its natural balance, people free from the manipulation of the AIGR. But first, they had to strike. Eva handed him a tablet, displaying a map of the AIGR's central control hub. "We hit them at the core," she said. "Take down their control center, and everything else will fall. It won't be easy, but if we succeed, we'll break the chain that binds humanity." Max looked at the map, studying the target. The control center was located in the heart of one of the largest floating cities, a massive, gleaming structure suspended high above the ground. It was heavily fortified, but Max could already see the way in, through the manipulation of gravity. He wasn't just a pawn anymore. He was the key to the revolution. As the resistance members began preparing for the mission, Max stood back for a moment, the weight of the responsibility pressing on him. The power of gravity, of the world itself, was his to command. But with that power came a choice. He couldn't afford to make the wrong one. The next step in the fight for freedom was about to begin, and Max knew there would be no turning back. The world would never be the same again, and neither would he. Mark Cheng wasn't supposed to be in his lab today. He had promised his wife, Emma, that they'd spend the weekend doing something normal, something with actual human interaction and less thinking about the gravitational waves of the universe. Yet here he was, hunched over a cluttered desk in his basement lab, his fingers frantically typing equations that didn't make sense. For a man who spent his days working on the strangest scientific theories, it was the first time in a while that he felt like he was on the brink of something big, or, at least, disastrous. That he scratched his unkempt hair, stared at the blinking lights of his machine, and let out a sigh. The theory was simple enough. If he could manipulate gravitational waves on a small scale, he might be able to figure out how to make space travel more efficient. He was building a machine to tweak the very forces that governed the movement of planets, stars, and light itself. Just a small, harmless experiment. Nothing catastrophic could happen, right? With a deep breath, Mark pulled the lever on the side of the machine. It whirred to life, the lights flashing brighter, and the hum grew louder. He barely registered the faint rumbling beneath his feet at first. Then the floor beneath him seemed to shudder, and the whole room flickered as if he'd inadvertently created a mini earthquake. The machine groaned and let out a whiny whimper. A low groan escaped Mark's throat. Oh. That's not supposed to happen. Before he could even turn off the machine, the rumbling escalated. The walls of the lab buckled, and in a moment of horror, Mark realized that he was slowly, and uncontrollably, lifting off the ground. He grabbed the desk in front of him, but his hands just slid through the air like he was trying to hold on to smoke. He blinked, eyes wide, as the room around him tilted crazily. Papers and coffee mugs started floating too, drifting around like they had all decided to join him in some cosmic dance. Mark tried to reach for the nearest solid object, but by the time his fingers were close, the desk had gone airborne too. What in the name of? Mark's voice trailed off as he realized that something far worse than a broken experiment was happening. The entire Earth seemed to be floating. He peeked out the lab window to find a car parked outside, now hovering about 5 feet above the street. His neighbor's lawnmower was slowly drifting up, as if it had no care for the laws of gravity. And to top it off, he could hear someone screaming, followed by a thud, then another scream. Mark hurried outside and looked up just in time to see a woman, his neighbor, Mrs. Hernandez, floating by with a look of absolute panic on her face. Help! Someone help! She screamed, flailing her arms as she floated into the sky, completely out of control. Mark's first instinct was to run after her, but then he froze, realizing that running was a pointless endeavor when everything, including himself, was floating away. He grabbed the closest tree and tried to steady himself, but he was already drifting higher. Okay, I really messed up this time, he muttered to himself, trying to regain some sense of composure, but it was useless. The gravity, if it could even still be called that, had shifted. There was no telling how high people could go, or if they would ever come back down. The world had gone completely haywire. The scene outside his lab had turned into a surreal chaos of people floating aimlessly, crashing into buildings, cars, and lampposts. All around him, he could hear panicked shouts from the streets and a chorus of bewildered voices echoing from above. No one knew what was happening, not even the government, as Mark soon learned from a frantic call he made to his best friend, Dave, who worked in the National Weather Service. Dave. What the heck's going on? Mark shouted into the phone, barely able to hear over the background noise of muffled voices and sirens. You're telling me you don't know? Dave yelled back. Dude, I've never seen anything like this in my life. It's global. Everyone's floating. I thought it was some weird weather anomaly at first, but no. We all, have no idea what happened. Mark bit his lip. The fear in Dave's voice was real, and suddenly Mark didn't feel so alone in this madness. He turned back to the lab, his mind spinning as rapidly as the machine he had been trying to perfect. Something he did, or more precisely, something his machine did, had caused Earth's gravity to completely vanish, or at least weaken to the point where no one could stay grounded. For a long moment, Mark stood frozen, his heart hammering in his chest. The reality of the situation was slowly dawning on him. He wasn't just about to be fired for destroying his career, he was about to become the reason the entire planet was floating through space. It wasn't just his neighborhood. From the footage on the news, Mark saw people from all around the world floating in various stages of panic. Some clung to buildings or trees, others were caught up in the wind, drifting like ragdolls. Planes and helicopters were attempting to make emergency landings, but without gravity, those landing attempts were clumsy and futile. All the normal rhythms of life had ceased, and what remained was a planet-wide struggle for control. Mark's brain raced as he realized the magnitude of his mistake. The whole of humanity was at the mercy of his mistake. The situation was beyond a mere scientific conundrum, it was an existential crisis. He had to fix it. There had to be some way to reverse the effect, but how? He sat down, trying to organize his thoughts as the lab slowly turned into a floating mess of equipment. He needed help, but not from just anyone, he needed the best minds in the world. This wasn't just a theoretical issue, this was real, this was urgent. And there was one person he thought could help him, Dr. Sarah Hargrove, a leading physicist and one of the few people who could help him understand the nature of gravitational anomalies on this scale. "Sarah, it's me," Mark said, reaching out for her contact number. "We've got a problem." Before he could continue, the world around him seemed to tilt again, and his phone slipped from his hand. He lunged to catch it, but instead found himself floating back toward the ceiling. Mark's stomach lurched as his feet left the floor, sending a shock of panic coursing through him. It wasn't until he felt his body slowing its ascent, just as gravity seemed to kick back in momentarily, that he realized what had just happened. The gravity wasn't completely gone, it was fluctuating, shifting in unpredictable waves. "Oh, this is bad. This is so bad," Mark muttered as he floated down, coming to a precarious stop, hovering above his desk. Outside, the world had gone completely mad, but Mark had no choice but to solve the problem. He had to fix this. He had to undo the mess he had made, and somehow, he was sure that fixing Earth's gravity wasn't the only challenge awaiting him. Mark gritted his teeth as he floated back down, the lack of gravity still making his movements clumsy and unpredictable. His hands reached for the lab's table, but the second his fingers brushed against it, the table slid out of the way as though it had a mind of its own. Frustration bloomed in his chest. This was supposed to be a controlled experiment, something that could advance human understanding of gravitational waves. Instead, he had created a global catastrophe. He glanced toward the window again. Cars, people, even entire buildings were drifting upward. The city was in chaos. But there was something else, something more unsettling. The longer he watched, the more Mark realized that this wasn't just the result of his machine, it was a systemic issue. Gravity itself was broken. It was malfunctioning, jumping in and out like a switch was being flicked. As he drifted back toward the door, Mark's thoughts swirled. If the gravity was fluctuating in such a random, violent way, what did that mean for the planet's stability? For people who weren't prepared for something like this, there was no telling how long they could survive in this new, alien version of Earth. Cities could fall apart, lives could be lost. This wasn't just an inconvenience, it was a global emergency. With a sense of urgency, Mark reached for his phone again. His hands felt like they belonged to someone else, as they fumbled with the screen, trying to bring up Sarah's number. He found it after a few frustrating seconds of floating aimlessly, and he pressed the dial button with a mix of hope and dread. The phone buzzed twice before Sarah's voice came through the line, distant but clear. "Mark? Is that you? What's going on? I saw the news. Are you okay?" Her voice was calm, but there was an edge of concern he could hear. "I'm fine. I think. But listen, I've messed up big time. I've caused something. I don't know what to call it, but I think Earth's gravity is malfunctioning." There was a pause on the other end of the line, followed by an exhale. "You think? Or is it definitely malfunctioning?" Mark's grip tightened on the phone, his frustration creeping back in. "It's definitely malfunctioning. People are floating everywhere, Sarah. Buildings are losing their foundations, and cars are flying around. We're losing control of gravity itself. I don't know how, but I need your help." A beat of silence stretched out before Sarah's voice came back. Okay. Don't panic, but we need to talk. Are you still in your lab? You need to get out of there. The only way to fix this is to figure out what exactly you did to cause it. He sighed. I didn't mean to cause it. It was just an experiment, something small, but I think it opened up some kind of rift. A rift in gravity. I've been running calculations, but they don't make sense anymore. This thing is way bigger than I thought. Mark floated to the window once more, gazing out at the wild sight below. Everything seemed to be suspended in a moment of madness, frozen in mid-air as though gravity had simply thrown its hands up in surrender. Listen, I'm not far from you, Sarah said, breaking through his spiral of thoughts. I'm going to head over there. Keep yourself safe. Whatever you did, it sounds like it might have opened something else up. You're not the only one dealing with this. Mark froze. What do you mean? What else is out there? Another pause. It's hard to explain over the phone. Just wait for me. I'll be there soon. Mark barely processed her words before the line went dead. The gravity fluctuations were making everything harder, from thinking clearly to simply existing in this bizarre, ever-shifting space. The world outside was a mess, and there was only one thing Mark was sure of. He had to fix this. He floated aimlessly around the lab for a while, staring at the equipment, trying to gather his thoughts. A sudden, startling thought gripped him. What if this was bigger than just Earth? What if this had somehow opened a gateway to another place, a place where gravity wasn't broken, but where something else entirely was at stake? He rubbed his eyes, trying to stay focused. His theories had always been abstract, but now they seemed to bleed into reality. The idea of alternate worlds, parallel universes, things that once seemed like mere speculation, now felt far too real. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt like something was calling to him, beckoning from beyond the rift. Minutes later, Mark was snapped from his reverie by a loud knock at the door. It was Sarah, her figure framed against the floating debris outside, her own expression tense. Come on, open up, she shouted. Mark floated toward the door, which was now higher up than he remembered it being, and swung it open. Sarah entered quickly, her lab coat trailing behind her as she adjusted to the odd gravity around her. Her eyes scanned the room quickly, taking in the floating papers and scientific equipment, before settling on Mark. Okay, she said, her voice firm but measured. Explain it to me. What exactly did you do? Mark ran a hand through his hair, his mind still racing. I was experimenting with gravitational waves, just a small-scale project, nothing too fancy. But then, I must have triggered something. Maybe it was too much energy, maybe it was the way the machine interacted with Earth's natural gravitational fields. I'm not sure, but whatever it was, it's opened a breach. A rift in gravity. And now, we're paying the price for it. Sarah's eyes narrowed. You're telling me that you've opened some kind of hole? A hole in gravity? Mark nodded. Not just gravity. It's like the laws of physics themselves are breaking down. The whole planet is starting to float. And there's no telling where it'll stop. Great, Sarah muttered, clearly trying to process the scope of the situation. So, where do we even begin? This isn't something we can just fix with a new machine, Mark. I know. It's not just about fixing the machine. We need to understand what caused the rift, really understand it. If we don't, this whole thing could spiral completely out of control. And if gravity keeps fluctuating like this, there's no telling what might happen. What if it escalates? Sarah looked around again, her brow furrowing. I'll help you, but I think we need to look beyond Earth. This might not just be a problem with our gravity. I think there's something more at play here. Something beyond our world. Mark froze. He hadn't voiced the nagging thought in his head, but Sarah had. You think this could be something from another world? She nodded. Maybe. And if that's the case, we might have to consider that whatever is out there is watching us. And maybe even waiting for us to fix this. Mark swallowed hard, his stomach churning. You mean it's not just an accident? I don't think so, Sarah replied, her voice grave. But we need to find out. Just then, the lab's equipment began to beep erratically. The gravitational fluctuations seemed to intensify again, as if responding to their conversation. Mark looked at Sarah, his eyes wide with concern. Looks like we don't have much time. Whatever this is, it's coming for us. Mark and Sarah exchanged a quick, worried glance as the hum from the machine intensified. The sound was almost like a steady pulse, rhythmic and threatening, as though it was a heartbeat, one that didn't belong to Earth. Mark felt the ground, or what passed for the ground, shudder once more, and suddenly, everything in the lab lurched upward again, the heavy equipment swaying dangerously in the air. It was like the machine was feeding off the chaos, amplifying the disruption in gravity. The walls buckled again, and once more, Mark and Sarah found themselves suspended mid-air. Mark grabbed Sarah's arm. We can't just keep floating around like this. We need to figure out where this rift is, now, before it completely destabilizes everything. Sarah's eyes were narrowed with focus. The rift. You said it wasn't just gravity, right? If we're talking about a breach in reality itself, that means there's more going on here than just your machine. We might be dealing with something beyond physics. Something that doesn't just affect our world, but another world too. Her words hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Mark could already feel the weight of them pushing down on his thoughts. He had always thought of alternate worlds as theoretical, something from science fiction, a distant dream in the corner of academia. But now, as gravity itself twisted and folded in on itself, Mark could no longer deny it. The rift wasn't just an anomaly. It was a doorway, and it was opening wider with each passing moment. I didn't just break gravity, Mark muttered, more to himself than to Sarah. I think I opened something else. Something beyond our understanding, Sarah finished for him. And we don't know what kind of consequences this might have for both worlds. If this rift is unstable, it could tear through both realities, ours and whatever lies on the other side. Mark felt a chill run through him. What if whatever is out there is trying to reach us? Sarah's eyes flickered with a moment of understanding, and then they hardened with resolve. Then we need to figure out how to close that rift. And quickly. They both turned to the machine. It was thrumming now, humming in an erratic rhythm, pulsing with energy. As the gravity fluctuations intensified, Mark could feel a strange pull coming from the rift, an invisible force drawing him in. It wasn't just physical now, there was something almost sentient about the way it moved. We can't just reverse the polarity or shut it off, Sarah said, her voice quiet but sharp with realization. If we mess with it too much, we might make things worse. Mark took a deep breath. He had to think clearly. We need a way to stabilize it, to slow the effects. We don't have much time before the whole planet's sucked into whatever's on the other side. Before Sarah could respond, the floor beneath them jolted again, throwing them both off balance. Mark reached out, but it was too late. The lab door slammed open with a force that made the walls crack, and a blinding light flooded into the room, washing over them. Mark squinted against the light, shielding his eyes, and then, as if the air itself had thinned, something emerged through the rift. At first, it was just a faint shadow, a flickering shape that seemed to dance with the light, distorting with the fluctuation of gravity. But then it took form, an ethereal being, humanoid, but translucent, shimmering with a strange, otherworldly glow. Its shape was fluid, almost like smoke, but there was an undeniable intelligence in its presence. It wasn't a creature from their world. It didn't belong here, Sarah gasped. What is that? Mark's breath caught in his throat. I think it's from the other side. The figure hovered in mid-air, its movement deliberate, slow, as if studying them. There was no sound at first, no voice, just the strange hum of the machine and the crackling energy of the rift. Mark couldn't tear his eyes away. The entity seemed to be aware of them, aware of their presence, as if it had been waiting for them all along. "I don't think it's dangerous," Mark said, his voice tentative. "At least not yet. It's communicating somehow, but not with words. Maybe it's trying to understand us." Sarah looked skeptical. "Or it's trying to manipulate us." Mark shook his head. "We need to figure out what it wants. The rift's pulling in more energy from both sides. It might not just be an accidental breach anymore. This could be an invitation, or a test." The entity hovered closer, and a strange sensation washed over Mark. It was as if his very mind was being probed, sifted through by an invisible force. It was an eerie feeling, almost like the being was reading his thoughts, delving into his consciousness without effort. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the entity reached out. It wasn't a physical gesture, it didn't need to touch him. The air around Mark seemed to bend in response, and before he could react, a flash of light enveloped him, and in the span of a breath, everything changed. Mark was no longer in the lab. He was standing on what appeared to be solid ground, but it wasn't Earth. The air was different here, thin, almost weightless, yet rich with an unfamiliar energy that vibrated with each breath he took. The sky above him was not the familiar blue of Earth, but a swirling mass of iridescent colors, like the aurora borealis had exploded into the atmosphere and stayed there. Mark blinked, trying to orient himself. Where was he? How had he gotten here, Mark? Sarah's voice broke through his confusion, but it didn't sound the way it had before. It echoed, as if she were standing miles away, her voice distorted by the strange environment. "Mark, where are you?" He looked around, his heart pounding in his chest. He tried to move, but it felt like the ground beneath him was constantly shifting, slipping through his feet. It was disorienting, and for a moment, he felt as though he was floating again, suspended in the air without a solid footing. The gravity, or lack of it, made his limbs feel weightless, his movements sluggish, like he was stuck in a dream. Before he could gather his thoughts, the entity materialized again, this time standing before him. Its form had solidified slightly, though it still shimmered with an ethereal glow. It tilted its head, as if appraising him, before speaking, not in words, but in a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to resonate directly in Mark's mind. That it wasn't language, at least not in the way he understood it. But somehow, Mark could feel the meaning, the urgency behind its presence. The rift wasn't an accident, as Mark had hoped. It was a cry for help. The entity was reaching out, not just to him, but to both worlds. The gravitational breach wasn't something that could be reversed easily. It was a link between worlds, a fragile bridge that had to be stabilized, or it would collapse, taking both Earth and this strange, gravity-less civilization with it. Mark's mind raced. He understood the stakes now. This wasn't just a scientific problem, it was a cosmic one, one that involved the survival of entire worlds. And it all depended on him. "What do I need to do?" Mark whispered, not sure if the entity would hear him. The entity shifted closer, and Mark felt the pressure of its intent in his chest, like an invisible weight. It was clear now. He wasn't just here as an observer. He was here to act, to fix what he had broken. He was the key, whether he liked it or not. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. This was the moment. The rift had been torn open, but with his knowledge and the entity's guidance, perhaps, just perhaps, he could sew it back together. A voice, deep and alien, resonated through the air. This time, he could understand it. "You are the bridge. You must restore balance." Mark nodded slowly. He didn't know how or if it would work, but he knew what had to be done. It was time to stop floating. The room hummed with the low thrum of the facility's power, a sound that John Yasek had long since learned to ignore. He had spent the last few months in this place, trapped inside its sterile walls, undergoing procedures that no one should have to endure. His body had been altered, reshaped, turned into something unrecognizable. All for the sake of an experiment that IT was supposed to be simple. At least, that's what they'd told him. A routine assignment. Get injected with some cutting-edge tech. Become a more efficient soldier. Move on with life. But life wasn't so simple. John's mind raced as he lay on the cold, metal table, his arms and legs strapped down with thick, industrial-strength restraints. The air was thick with antiseptic, and the bright, white lights above him buzzed like angry wasps. The sounds of machinery around him were constant, mechanical whispers of a world he no longer understood. "Mr. Yasek," a voice said, sharp and clinical. It was Dr. Amelia Hawke, the lead scientist behind the project. She was standing beside a bank of monitors, her eyes scanning the readings in front of her. "We are about to begin. Please relax." "Relax?" John mumbled, fighting the urge to laugh. Relaxing was the last thing on his mind. "What exactly do you call this, Doc?" "You'll be fine," she replied, though her voice lacked the confidence that would have been reassuring. "Everything will work as planned." John shifted, feeling the faintest pull in the air around him, like gravity itself was watching him, waiting. He shifted again, but this time it wasn't his body doing the moving, it was his mind. He could feel it. Something inside him had started to stir, as if a dormant part of him was waking up. "You know," John began, his voice steady despite the chaos churning inside him, "you really should have told me about the whole gravity manipulation thing before I signed up. That might have been nice. I mean, this is a bit much, don't you think?" Dr. Hawke didn't respond. She was too busy staring at the screens, watching numbers and graphs dance across them. He could see her fingers twitching, nerves dancing under her skin as she tapped a few keys. He could almost hear her thoughts. "It's working. It's really working." But John was already beyond that. His body felt lighter. The air around him seemed to shift, becoming oddly elastic, as though gravity itself were bending to his will. He couldn't explain it. He'd been in so many experiments before, but nothing like this. The device they'd implanted in him was alive now, buzzing beneath his skin like an insect trying to crawl out, and then, it happened, with a thought, a single, fleeting thought, everything around him started to change. The restraints that bound his limbs suddenly seemed irrelevant. He flexed his fingers, and the metal that had once felt unyielding simply bent. With a soft sigh, John lifted his arms, breaking free with an ease that left the scientist staring in shock. His body moved on its own, as if the force of gravity itself had abandoned him. Doc? Is this normal?" John asked, feeling the weightlessness settle into his bones. A faint gasp from Dr. Hawke was the only answer. Her gaze shot to the readouts on the screen, eyes wide with horror as she watched her creation spring to life in ways she hadn't anticipated. "Impossible," she whispered under her breath, though John could hear it clearly. The restraints clattered to the ground as he stood up, the weight of his body shifting unnaturally in the room. His feet felt light, too light, as if he could float away at any moment. Slowly, he looked around, his eyes drifting from the wide-eyed scientists to the thick glass windows at the edge of the room. Outside, the world was still. But in here? In here, he felt as though he could bend reality. "You've made a huge mistake," John said calmly. His voice was steady, though he knew deep down that his every word carried the weight of something far more dangerous than mere defiance. "I'm not your weapon." Before anyone could react, he turned and, with a sudden movement, flicked his hand toward the nearest object. A steel chair across the room suddenly lifted off the ground, its weight increasing tenfold, pressing against the ceiling with a force that made the glass crack. The sound was deafening. But in that moment, John's mind was clear. There was no panic. No confusion. Just the sense of a power he couldn't yet control, but didn't need to. This was freedom. This was his power. John's mind wandered, but only for a second. The facility had already started to go into lockdown. Security teams would be rushing toward him, and the scientists would be calling in backup. But what was the point? None of them would understand. He was a god, and they were insects. Stop! Dr. Hawk shouted, her voice panicked as she scrambled to stop him. What are you doing? He turned toward her, his gaze steady, almost pitying. I'm stopping you. The moment the words left his mouth, the gravity in the room shifted again. With a single motion of his hand, John bent the air around him, forcing the room to tilt at an impossible angle. The walls buckled, and the floor became a sheer drop, sending the scientists scrambling for safety as everything not nailed down, machines, chairs, papers, floated in the air like balloons. He barely noticed them as he walked toward the door. John, Dr. Hawk pleaded, desperation edging her tone. You don't know what you're doing. No, Doc, he interrupted, a smirk creeping across his face. You don't know what you've done. And with that, John turned and vanished into the corridors beyond. Outside the high-security laboratory, the world was still. But John Yasek was no longer the soldier they had thought him to be. He was something else. Something they had created. And something they could never control. He was now the force that could bend gravity itself. John didn't wait for the alarms to go off. He knew they were already blaring in the background, a cacophony of sirens echoing down the hallways. But they were meaningless to him. The facility, with its secure walls and hidden depths, no longer mattered. The moment he broke free from that operating table, the game had changed. The military wanted a weapon. Well, they'd gotten one, but it was a weapon that didn't answer to anyone. John Yasek wasn't some pawn to be controlled. Not anymore. He pushed through the heavy security doors with a force so casual it was almost absurd. The metal bent and snapped as if it were made of paper. His feet barely touched the floor as he walked through the hall, feeling the weight of his own power with each step. The walls seemed to bend to his will, warping slightly as though the very space itself was stretching under the pressure of his presence. Alert, a voice echoed from a nearby speaker. Containment breach in Sector 9. All security personnel to immediately respond. John smirked to himself, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. He wasn't listening to the orders anymore. There was no need to. A squad of military guards rounded a corner up ahead. They were armed and ready, their guns aimed squarely at him. They'd been trained to take down threats, but they weren't prepared for him. One of them, likely the squad leader, barked an order, his voice shaking slightly. Take him down. Now. John didn't flinch. He didn't even need to move much. He raised a hand and, with a single thought, manipulated the gravity in the hallway. The soldiers' weapons grew impossibly heavy, pulling them toward the floor with crushing force. The guns in their hands slipped from their grips, falling to the ground as their legs buckled beneath them. They struggled, screaming in shock, their movements slow and jerky. But their efforts were useless. They weren't in control anymore. John took a leisurely step forward, watching the soldiers writhe on the ground. A laugh bubbled up in his chest, dark and humorless. They had tried to contain him, but they didn't know what they were up against. He had become the very thing they feared. He waved a hand, and the soldiers were suddenly lifted off the ground, suspended by an invisible force, held against the wall as if they were nothing more than dolls. They gasped for air, their faces contorted in panic. You should have known better than to try and control me, John said softly, his voice calm, almost conversational. He stared at the group of men, each of them helpless under the weight of his power. They were nothing to him now. But don't worry. I'll let you go. For now. With another flick of his wrist, he released the pressure, and the soldiers collapsed to the ground in a heap, gasping for breath. The gravity in the hallway returned to normal, and the air around him felt lighter, almost electric. He felt alive. Alive in a way that he never had before. As he continued down the hall, John felt a strange, giddy sense of freedom. It was like he could do anything, be anything. The world was his for the taking, and he was only just starting to understand the scope of his abilities. He could change the very fabric of reality with a thought. He could make the sky fall or float above it. He could make the earth tremble or make it as light as air, but despite the thrill of his newfound power, there was a gnawing feeling in the back of his mind. He hadn't forgotten why he was here. He hadn't forgotten what they had done to him. John's thoughts shifted, and his pace quickened. He wasn't going to stop until he found the truth. Until he understood what had been done to him, and why. The military's experiment was no accident. They'd been trying to manipulate the fabric of the universe itself, and John was at the center of it all. But they had underestimated him. He wasn't their puppet. John reached the facility's outer doors, the thick steel panels blocking his way. But once again, he wasn't worried. He didn't need keys or codes. His fingers brushed against the door, and with a subtle shift of his mind, he pushed the gravitational field around it. The door buckled and groaned before ripping free from its hinges, sliding away with a force that could have leveled the entire building. John stepped into the night air, the world outside dark and quiet. He took a deep breath, the cool air filling his lungs, and for the first time in what felt like forever, he felt something close to peace, but peace was fleeting. He could hear the whir of military vehicles in the distance, the sound of helicopters cutting through the night. They were coming for him. They always did. John wasn't afraid. He knew what was coming, and he was ready for it. In the days that followed, John kept moving. He didn't stay in one place for long, he couldn't afford to. The military's reach was long, and he knew they wouldn't stop until they brought him down. But John was no longer the soldier who had volunteered for this experiment. He was something else. Something more. Everywhere he went, he could feel the weight of the world shifting. Every step he took seemed to affect the environment around him. The gravity of every room he entered bent to his will, and with each passing day, his powers grew stronger. He didn't understand everything about what had been done to him, but he could feel it. He could feel the universe itself trembling in response to his presence. It was late one night when John met Dr. Lila Zane. He hadn't expected to run into anyone, let alone someone who might actually be on his side. He had been holed up in an abandoned warehouse, trying to keep a low profile, when he felt her presence, a subtle tug at the edges of his senses. She had found him. But she wasn't here to capture him. She wasn't here to bring him back to the military. John Yasik, she said softly, stepping into the dim light of the warehouse. Her voice was quiet, but there was an edge to it. I thought I might find you here. John's eyes narrowed as he regarded her, his hand instinctively twitching toward the gravity around him. He wasn't sure if he could trust her, but something in her demeanor told him she wasn't like the others. Who are you? He asked. My name is Dr. Lila Zane, she said, her gaze steady. I used to work for the project. I helped create you. John's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't let his surprise show. So you're one of them? Another scientist playing God? No, Dr. Zane replied quickly. I wasn't part of the final phase of the project. I left when I realized what they were really doing. What they wanted to do. John's mind raced. You're telling me you left because it was too much? You left after they started experimenting with gravity on humans? Dr. Zane's face darkened. I didn't realize the extent of it at first. But once I found out, I couldn't stay. The military had been using the gravitational anomaly at the edge of the universe for years. They wanted to harness it. Manipulate it. But what they didn't understand was that it was more than just a tool. It was a force of nature. And they were playing with fire. John's brow furrowed. The anomaly, you're talking about the thing they found at the edge of the universe, aren't you? The thing that caused all of this? Dr. Zane nodded slowly. Yes. It's not just some gravitational disturbance, John. It's something far more dangerous. And it's linked to you. You're not just a weapon. You're part of their plan to control it. The weight of her words hit John hard. Everything he had done, everything he had learned, it all pointed back to one thing, the anomaly. And the military hadn't just been experimenting on him, they had been trying to control something far bigger, something far more dangerous than they ever realized. He had to stop them, but to do that, he would need more than just power. He would need to understand the anomaly. He would need to understand the forces that were at play, and time was running out. The military was already gearing up to unleash their final weapon. John stood silently in the dimly lit warehouse, Dr. Zane's words hanging in the air like a dark omen. The weight of them pressed down on him, settling over his thoughts like a thick fog. The anomaly, the military's experiments, his own transformation, they were all tied together in a way he didn't fully understand yet. But one thing was clear: the military wasn't just after weapons or control. They were playing with forces they couldn't possibly comprehend, forces that could unravel the very fabric of reality itself. He glanced over at Dr. Zane, who was watching him with a calm intensity, as if she could sense the turmoil raging inside him. Her eyes weren't the cold, calculating eyes of the other scientists he'd met in the facility. No, hers were different, filled with regret, with fear, but also with a glimmer of hope. Hope that maybe, just maybe, John could stop this madness. "You're telling me the military wants to harness this anomaly," John said slowly, his mind trying to process what she had just revealed. "They want to use it for what? To rewrite the laws of physics? To control the universe?" Dr. Zane nodded, her expression grim. "That's exactly what they're trying to do. The anomaly is unlike anything we've ever encountered. It's not just a gravitational disturbance. It's a rift in the very fabric of space and time. And they've been experimenting on it for years. They thought they could contain it, weaponize it, but what they didn't realize was that they were making it worse. Every time they tried to manipulate it, they fed it more power. And now, it's grown far beyond anything they can control." John felt his stomach tighten as he absorbed her words. He was no longer just a pawn in their experiment, he was part of something much larger, something that could have catastrophic consequences for the entire universe. The realization hit him hard, like a punch to the gut. "So what now?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "What do we do? The military's already building whatever weapon they're planning to use. If they activate it, everything's going to collapse." Dr. Zane looked at him, her eyes full of determination. "We stop them. We have to find the facility where they're conducting their final experiment. We have to destroy it before they can activate the satellite." John nodded, his thoughts racing. Destroy the satellite. Stop the military. But it wasn't that simple. He knew it wouldn't be easy. They would be ready for him now, after everything he had already done to escape. The facility wouldn't be a simple target. It would be heavily fortified, packed with the best soldiers and technology the military had to offer. But John wasn't just any soldier anymore. He was something more. Something that even the military's most advanced weapons couldn't stop. "I'm in," John said, his voice steady, the fire of resolve lighting in his chest. "Let's do this." The plan was simple, but it relied on one thing: surprise. Dr. Zane had managed to get her hands on the coordinates of the facility, buried deep within a heavily guarded military compound in the Nevada desert. The facility was well hidden, camouflaged against satellites and reconnaissance drones, but Dr. Zane's insider knowledge had given them an edge. She had worked on the satellite project before leaving the military, and she knew the layout of the base better than anyone. The two of them made their way to a secluded airstrip outside the city, where an old, rusted cargo plane awaited. It wasn't much, but it would get them where they needed to go. The plane's engine sputtered to life as they climbed aboard, and John settled into the seat next to Dr. Zane. He stared out the small window, his mind racing as the plane took off and climbed into the sky. The desert stretched out below them, endless and unforgiving, but John didn't focus on the view. His thoughts were already ahead of them, already focused on the mission. They had to destroy the satellite. That was the goal. But even as he thought it, something gnawed at him. The anomaly, the rift in space and time that the military had tried to control, was still out there, somewhere, and it was growing stronger. If they didn't stop it now, there might be no way to contain it. No way to undo the damage. And then there was the matter of his own powers. The more John used them, the more he realized that he was changing. The gravitational forces inside him, the device implanted in his body, were becoming more unpredictable. His control was slipping. Every time he bent the fabric of reality, he could feel the strain on his mind. The connection between him and the anomaly was becoming more pronounced. He was connected to it. It was inside him. It was terrifying and exhilarating at the same time. Are you okay? Dr. Zane's voice broke through his thoughts. John blinked and turned to her, realizing that he had been lost in his own mind for a while. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking. She raised an eyebrow but didn't push further. Instead, she turned her attention back to the map spread out in front of her. We're getting close. Once we're in range, we'll have to move quickly. The facility is equipped with enough security to hold off a small army. John didn't need her to remind him of the stakes. He had seen firsthand what the military could do when they were backed into a corner. But this time, they wouldn't have the advantage. This time, he was the one holding the cards. By the time the plane touched down on a dusty airstrip near the compound, the sun was just beginning to set. The orange glow of the evening sky cast long shadows over the barren landscape, and John felt a sense of urgency creeping in. They didn't have much time before the military realized they had arrived. Dr. Zane handed him a small, black case, its surface cold and metallic. This is the key, she said. Inside is a small EMP device. We'll need to disable their security systems before we can get in. Once we're inside, we'll have to make our way to the satellite's control room. John nodded, feeling the weight of the device in his hand. It was small, but it could be the difference between success and failure. Together, they moved swiftly through the shadows, using the terrain to their advantage. The facility was just ahead, a cluster of high-tech buildings surrounded by a maze of fences and guard towers. John could see the flashing lights of security cameras and the silhouettes of armed soldiers patrolling the perimeter, but none of that fazed him. John extended his hand, and with a thought, he shifted the gravity around the security cameras. They froze in mid-air, hovering as if caught in some invisible web. He could feel the strain, but it was manageable. For now. Dr. Zane moved forward, pulling out a small device from her pocket. She tapped a few buttons, and within moments, the security system blinked offline. The gates to the compound slowly creaked open. Let's move, John said, his voice low but determined. They slipped through the gap in the gates, moving quickly and quietly. The facility's exterior was as high-tech as it got, but John barely noticed. His focus was on what lay inside. The satellite. The anomaly. The future of the universe. They were about to make their move, but John's heart pounded with something else, something deeper. A sense of dread. The closer they got to the satellite, the stronger the pull of the anomaly became. It was like a dark presence, gnawing at the edges of his mind, trying to break through. His powers were growing. And with them, the danger. Inside the facility, the military was already in motion. They had detected an anomaly in the system, an unauthorized entry. But by the time they figured out what was happening, it was too late. The countdown had already begun. John and Dr. Zane moved quickly, slipping through corridors and hallways, avoiding soldiers and cameras. Every step brought them closer to the control room, where the satellite's activation was about to begin. Almost there, Dr. Zane whispered, her voice tight with anxiety. John didn't answer. He was too focused. He could feel the anomaly now, stronger than ever, pulsing beneath his skin. He wasn't just connected to it anymore. He was becoming it. Almost there, Dr. Zane repeated, but her voice faltered this time. John didn't need her to say anything more. He could hear the approaching footsteps, the soft echo of boots against the steel floor. The military was closing in. They were almost too late. Dr. Adam Hayes leaned back in his chair, the dim light of the observatory flickering overhead as the numbers on his screen blinked with a lack of excitement. The only noise in the room was the rhythmic tap of his fingers on the keyboard, a mechanical sound that seemed to echo his mood. This was supposed to be the breakthrough, the thing that would prove all his years of work worth something. But instead, Adam had been sitting in this tiny observatory for the better part of a week, staring at data that made no sense. Cosmic radiation. A strange burst. Minor disruptions in the fabric of space-time, all recorded by his instruments. Another failed experiment. Another wasted night. Maybe if I just... Adam muttered to himself, trailing off as his eyes wandered to the coffee cup that had been sitting untouched on his desk for hours. He had meant to drink it, of course, but had forgotten. The same way he forgot to care about his experiments. It wasn't that Adam hated physics. It was just that lately, it seemed like the universe had no interest in his curiosity. No interest in his research. No interest in him. At least, that's how it felt. But Adam wasn't one to complain. He preferred humor over whining. Leaning forward, he squinted at the data again, muttering to himself, cosmic radiation, radiation on Earth, radiation on me. Yeah, that checks out. Radiation. So exciting. He let out a dry laugh, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was nearly midnight. Another full day of wondering if he would be remembered for anything other than the scientist who spent too much time in an empty room, analyzing glitches in the universe that no one cared about. But just as he was about to close the terminal and call it a night, something strange happened. The air seemed to shift. For a brief moment, the room grew colder. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. And then, almost imperceptibly, the hum of his computer shifted from a steady buzz to something different. Something louder. Adam's fingers froze on the keyboard. A pulse of light flickered from the screen, and for a split second, his eyes felt as though they were being drawn into the glowing numbers. But then the sensation passed. He blinked, confused, and quickly rubbed his eyes. His head felt strange. Not dizzy, exactly, but a sense of something pressing down on him, like gravity had suddenly increased 100-fold. Jesus Christ, Adam muttered. What the hell was that? He grabbed the mouse to check his readings, but the screen was frozen. Something wasn't right. He clicked again, but nothing responded. That's when it happened. A voice. Soft, almost a whisper, as if coming from all around him, from the very walls of the room. You are chosen. Adam's blood ran cold. What the hell? His voice cracked in disbelief, his heart hammering in his chest. His eyes darted around the room, searching for any rational explanation. Was he sleep-deprived? Was this a joke? No, this wasn't a dream. He was awake, fully conscious, but the voice was still there, lingering. You will carry my will across the universe. The voice was calm. Detached. But there was an undeniable sense of power behind it, something that made Adam's stomach churn. No, 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 Adam's mind raced. He couldn't focus. This wasn't right. He was hearing things. He had to be, but as his body froze in terror, something strange began to happen. The machine in front of him seemed to respond, unbidden. Numbers began to flood the screen at an alarming rate, faster than he could track. Distorted waves of energy pulsed across the monitor, each one more intense than the last, and then, the voice returned. You are the vessel. The gravity of my will shall guide you. Adam stood up abruptly, knocking over his chair as he scrambled backward, his breath shallow and quick. This couldn't be happening. It was impossible. His mind raced to find any explanation, anything that could make sense of this madness, but the room only seemed to grow heavier, the air thick with something Adam couldn't explain. He reached for his phone, fumbling in his panic. Okay. Maybe I'm just... He tried to call his colleague, Dr. Miranda Ortiz, someone he trusted. Someone with a scientific mind who could explain this away. He needed help, but the moment his thumb hit the screen, the voice interrupted again. No one can save you. The phone slipped from his grasp and hit the floor, the screen shattering with a sickening crack. Adam froze. The voice didn't just speak in his ears anymore, it felt inside him. It felt in his very thoughts. Who? What are you? Adam asked, his voice barely a whisper, his hands trembling. I am the will of gravity. The words seemed to reverberate around him, echoing through his skull, as though the entire universe was bending toward him. Adam blinked rapidly, trying to focus on something, anything, other than the overwhelming sense of dread pooling in his stomach. He was no longer in control. He could feel it now, this strange, suffocating force tightening around him. Like something was pulling at the very core of his being. Will of gravity? What does that mean? What do you want from me? Adam's voice cracked again, the panic rising in his chest like an uncontrollable fire. You are my chosen instrument. You will carry my will. You will spread it to the corners of the universe. Adam's pulse quickened as the words began to make sense, or at least, some twisted part of him thought they did. He wasn't sure how, but the idea was beginning to form in his mind. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't some weird glitch or malfunction. This was something bigger. A purpose. His purpose? No, Adam shook his head, his voice steadying despite the overwhelming force pressing down on him. No. I'm not some puppet. I'm not your vessel. I won't do it. You do not have a choice. The words were cold. Detached. And just like that, everything shifted. The floor beneath Adam's feet seemed to twist, like the entire building was being tugged by invisible strings. He stumbled, reaching for the desk to steady himself, but it wasn't enough. The pressure on him intensified, as if gravity itself had changed, pulling him in every direction at once. His body felt heavy, and yet weightless, as though he were suspended in space. Okay, Adam gasped. I get it. I get it. Just let me think. There is no thinking. There is only will. The voice no longer spoke in words but in pure intent. It was a force that consumed Adam's every thought, his every feeling. The will of gravity had him now, and there was no escaping it. Adam felt it again, a sensation that was so profound, so deep within his bones, that he had no words to describe it. Gravity, but not the kind he understood. This was the gravity of the universe itself, something ancient and unseen, bending him, folding him, as if he were nothing but a particle caught in its cosmic dance. The room seemed to spin, and Adam gasped for air. His vision blurred, the edges of the room darkening as though the very fabric of space-time were distorting around him. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed onto the floor, feeling the cold touch of the tiles beneath his hands, grounding him for just a moment. But the ground wasn't stable, it was shifting, sliding, as if the laws of physics had been altered. You think you have a choice, but you do not, the voice came again, resonating with an alien calm that felt colder than the freezing air now rushing through the room. You are the chosen. This is your fate. No, Adam gasped, pushing himself up from the floor, his hands trembling as they gripped the desk. I won't, you cannot fight it. The words penetrated his mind with such force that Adam staggered back, clutching his head as if to stop his skull from splitting in half. His thoughts were no longer his own. The gravity, the will, was reshaping him, remolding him into something new. It was a presence, an inescapable force that was at once terrifying and undeniable. His body refused to obey. He had never felt more powerless in his life. You're lying, Adam spat, trying to shake the sense of helplessness. I won't do it. I'm not your vessel. I'm a person. I make my own choices. You never have. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his chest, like something heavy was pushing down on his ribs, crushing him. He gasped, struggling to breathe as if the very air had thickened, become more viscous. It wasn't just the room, it was everything. Gravity, the force that he had studied for years, was no longer an abstract concept. It was here, inside him, around him, controlling him. Stop, Adam choked, trying to stand again, but his body felt like it was being pulled by unseen hands, forcing him to his knees. "Please. I can't. I can't," and yet, somehow, he could. His mind was screaming at him to resist, but his body obeyed. A surge of energy seemed to course through him, sharp and electric, pulling him up. He didn't want to do it, but his body moved without his consent, forcing him into a strange, awkward stance. He felt his arms stretch outward, as if mimicking some cosmic gesture he could not understand. His feet shuffled across the room, each step in perfect sync with an invisible force. He was walking toward the door without thinking, his muscles tensing, his heart pounding in his chest, as though he were under the weight of 1,000 invisible hands, and then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. The pressure lifted. The air, once thick and stifling, was breathable again, and Adam collapsed back onto the floor, gasping for air. His chest burned as though he had been holding his breath for too long. "You will not win." Adam's mind spun, trying to make sense of it all. His thoughts felt scrambled, disconnected, but the voice, the will, was ever present. He could feel it now, coursing through him, like blood through his veins. Every part of him was alive with it, suffused with it. It was no longer just in his mind, it was in his body, in every molecule of his being. It was the gravity that held the stars together, the force that governed the universe, and now it was controlling him. He could feel the pull, the subtle tug that guided him towards something he couldn't see, something far beyond this room, beyond Earth. "Why me?" he whispered, his voice hoarse. "Why me?" "Because you are the one." The voice answered, calm and detached as always. "The will of gravity has chosen you as its vessel. You are now part of the greater design. You will carry my will to the stars." Adam clenched his fists, forcing himself up from the floor again. He wasn't ready to give up. Not yet. No, he gritted through his teeth, trying to stand with some semblance of defiance. "I won't be your puppet. I won't do your bidding." For a moment, the room was silent. Then, the pressure came again, but this time, it wasn't physical. It was mental. Adam's head felt like it was going to explode, his thoughts becoming muddled, confused. He could feel the voice worming its way into his mind, filling every empty space, pushing out all his resistance. "It is not your choice." Adam's knees buckled, and he fell to the floor again, his mind reeling. He gasped for breath, struggling to stay conscious as the overwhelming weight of the will pressed down on him. His vision blurred, and the walls of the observatory seemed to bend and warp, as if he were no longer in control of his own perception of reality. Was this even real? Or had he finally lost his mind? Accept it. Accept your role. But Adam couldn't accept it. He couldn't. The thought of being controlled, of having no say in his own life, filled him with an almost paralyzing dread. He was a man, a human being, and he had free will. He had a mind of his own. He couldn't just let some alien force take that away from him, yet, deep down, he felt the truth of it. The will was there, whether he liked it or not. He could resist, but it would only make him weaker, more vulnerable. His defiance was futile, and somewhere in the back of his mind, he understood that. There is no escape. The voice, now stronger, reverberated through his body. The gravity of the universe does not bend to your will. It bends to mine. Adam's head snapped up, his breath ragged. "And what exactly do you want from me?" His voice was quiet, defeated, the fire of resistance dimming. "You will spread my will across the cosmos. You will guide those who are lost. You will bring order to the chaos." Adam's body shuddered involuntarily as the will's words sank in. He could feel the weight of them, the magnitude of the task ahead of him, though he didn't understand the full scope of what it meant. There was no escaping it, no turning away. Whatever the will wanted, he would do. It was no longer just a cosmic force, it was inside him. He was part of it now, whether he liked it or not. That he closed his eyes, struggling to breathe through the panic that rose in his chest. His entire life had been about freedom, about making his own choices, about defying the universe's indifference. But now, that choice had been taken from him. He was a vessel. He was a tool. And the universe would not let him forget it. Do you understand now? Adam wanted to scream. He wanted to resist with every fiber of his being. But the truth was undeniable. The will was too strong. There was no breaking free. I understand, Adam whispered, his voice barely audible, but clear. Good. Now, the journey begins. And with that, Adam's reality shifted once again. He could feel the pull, the force tugging at him, drawing him out of the room, out of his body, and into something greater. His mind, for the first time, was utterly blank. He was no longer Adam Hayes, the physicist. He was the will's instrument. He was its vessel, and the universe awaited. Adam's vision flickered, as though his mind was not his own, being pulled in different directions. The room, the observatory, the very planet itself, it felt like they were shrinking away from him, becoming distant, insignificant. His body was no longer obeying him, it was like an extension of something larger, something alien. The world around him melted into a blur of colors and sounds that seemed to bend toward a single point, a force that dominated everything. He could still feel the presence of the will of gravity, not just in his mind, but in his very blood. It was like the pull of a massive black hole, only it wasn't an external force. It was inside him, twisting his thoughts, bending his perception. There was no escape from it, but Adam didn't know how to accept it. He couldn't. This wasn't the life he had chosen. He had been a scientist, a skeptic. He had prided himself on rational thought, on the belief that the universe operated on principles that could be understood, analyzed, and manipulated. Yet now, that very same universe was rejecting him, forcing him into the role of a servant to some higher power that he couldn't even comprehend. You will learn. The voice echoed in his mind again, the words calm but commanding, like a patient teacher guiding a reluctant pupil. There is much you do not understand, but you will. In time, you will come to see that this is your purpose. Adam wanted to scream. He wanted to fight it with every ounce of strength in his body. But the moment he thought of fighting back, he felt the will grow stronger. He could feel it in his chest, in his ribs, tightening around him like an iron grip. His breath became shallow, his body tensing involuntarily. Stop. He whispered hoarsely. Just, stop. You cannot defy me. The voice came, cool and unyielding. Your resistance is meaningless. You are already mine. Adam's head spun, the weight of those words pressing on him. His body moved against his will again, as if pulled by invisible strings. His feet shifted, dragging him forward, toward the door. He didn't know why. He didn't know where he was going. But somehow, he knew it didn't matter. His feet were already moving toward an unknown destiny, one that was now written in the stars. He wanted to run, to fight, to escape. But there was no escaping this force. There was no running from the will of gravity. His mind raced. What had he learned over the years? He had studied the most powerful forces in the universe, gravity, electromagnetic fields, quantum mechanics, and yet none of that could prepare him for this. None of it could explain how the universe had suddenly turned against him. He remembered, then, the early days of his research, when he had first begun studying the strange bursts of cosmic radiation. He had thought it was just another anomaly. Something to study, to catalog, to ignore in the grand scheme of things. But now he knew that radiation had not been some freak accident. It had been the will of gravity, selecting him, guiding him. The cold air from the observatory door brushed past him as he stepped outside, the night sky above him impossibly vast. Stars, once distant and unreachable, now felt close, as if they were just out of reach, waiting for him to take that first step into the unknown. It was almost beautiful, in a strange and terrifying way. He could feel the pull of it, the infinite stretch of space, the gravitational pull of the stars beckoning him forward. "We are ready." The voice was everywhere now, surrounding him, filling his mind. "It is time to fulfill your purpose." For a moment, Adam was still. His heart beat in his chest, heavy and uncertain, but something inside him stirred. He had no control, no agency, no ability to say no. He was at the mercy of something vast and incomprehensible. And yet, in that moment, something else was growing in him, a strange, unexplainable calm. It was as if the will's overwhelming presence had forced him to accept it, not with his mind, but with his very soul. There was no fight left in him. He was no longer Adam Hayes, the man who had questioned everything, the scientist who had sought to explain the universe. He was something else now. "It is time." The voice echoed again, as though it were saying those words for the first time. "You will be the instrument of my will. You will carry it across the universe, to places where no human has ever gone. You will shape the stars, shape the galaxies, and bring order to the chaos." Adam's legs moved before he could stop them. He was walking now, but it was not his own doing. The stars above him were not distant anymore, they were part of him, pulling him forward, urging him onward, towards something that lay just beyond the horizon. He had no choice but to obey. The will was too strong that he could feel the gravity shift again, like a massive wave rolling through him. It wasn't physical. It wasn't something his body could resist. It was mental, emotional, spiritual. Every part of him was now aligned with this force, his thoughts no longer his own, his body merely a vessel for the will's desires. He was moving toward the stars, toward an unknown future, but somewhere deep inside him, there was a flicker of resistance. A tiny part of him that remembered who he was. The man who had chosen his own path. The man who had defied expectations, who had asked the universe questions it couldn't answer. He wanted to believe he still had a choice, but the will was overwhelming, unyielding. The voice that had once been a whisper now filled his mind completely. "You are mine, Adam Hayes. You always have been." And as the night sky opened up before him, Adam felt the final remnants of his resistance fall away. He no longer cared what he had been. All that mattered now was the path ahead. The path of the chosen vessel. His feet carried him onward, into the unknown. And as the stars pulled him toward their light, he realized that this was not the end. It was the beginning. A beginning he could neither fight nor deny. There would be no turning back. Jack Hale had never intended to alter the very fabric of reality, let alone stumble into a dimension where gravity was the primary force governing existence. But there he was, sitting cross-legged in his cramped, cluttered apartment, hands trembling with excitement as he fiddled with his new virtual reality headset. This was supposed to be another ordinary Friday night, an evening of hacking and experimenting, as usual. But what started as a harmless modification to a standard VR system quickly spiraled into something far beyond Jack's control. Come on, Jack muttered, adjusting his headset and pushing the few stray wires back into place. His apartment was nothing more than a small, dimly lit space crammed with electronics, empty pizza boxes, and too many books to ever be organized. He was an unremarkable guy, just another tech geek obsessed with the weirdest corners of the digital world. He liked tinkering with things that nobody else dared touch. It was his escape, his form of entertainment. And tonight, it was supposed to be an innocent VR experiment, simulating impossible gravitational fields and testing his theories on how the human body could adapt to altered gravitational forces. However, it all went sideways when he accidentally initiated a sequence that was never meant to run. At first, the familiar hum of the system came to life. The headset powered on, and Jack could see his own hands projected onto the digital screen in front of him. Everything seemed normal. But then, the virtual environment around him warped, twisted, and spiraled out of control. The software glitched, flickered, and started displaying odd, nonsensical code. Jack let out a nervous laugh. Great. Just great. I broke it. But as the room around him began to distort, something felt strange. The ground beneath him no longer felt like the solid floor of his apartment. It wasn't hard to explain, it was as if the laws of physics had been thrown out the window. He could feel the floor slipping away from his feet, no, not slipping, shifting. The very air around him began to hum with a strange energy, and the sensation of weightlessness crept in. He pushed the headset up from his eyes and looked around. That's when it hit him. He wasn't in his apartment anymore. Whoa, what the hell is happening? Jack muttered, now fully aware that the walls and furniture around him had disappeared. Instead, he was standing on what appeared to be a floating platform, suspended in an expanse of swirling, colored lights. The space was vast, limitless, and yet eerily beautiful, like a dream turned to reality. The gravitational pull that had felt so normal moments ago had gone completely awry, and Jack's feet barely touched the platform. He was hovering above it, and his movements felt strangely fluid, as though the very fabric of space was altering at his command. Is this a hallucination? Jack whispered. But no, it was far too vivid, too real. He tried to move forward, but his body seemed to resist, as if the air itself were pushing him back. It was like swimming through a thick, invisible liquid. He focused and concentrated, trying to will himself to the edge of the platform, and that's when he noticed the figures, beings of light, not quite human, but not completely alien either. They glided effortlessly through the air, floating like graceful dancers in the sky, their bodies pulsing with a strange, gravitational energy. They were watching him. Jack's heart raced, and the first thing that came to mind was, I need to get out of here. But no matter how hard he tried to focus on the way back to his apartment, the world around him refused to obey. It was as if the rules of his reality were no longer relevant. He could no longer make sense of up or down, left or right. Who are you? Jack asked, his voice trembling, trying to hold on to some semblance of control. He had no idea who these beings were, but they felt important, somehow. One of the figures, a shimmering creature of radiant light, spoke, not through words, but through vibrations that pulsed in the air around Jack's mind. The voice was soothing, yet otherworldly. We are the Gravitons. Welcome to our domain, Jack hail. Jack blinked, trying to make sense of the phrase. The Gravitons? What is this place? You have opened a door, the voice continued, echoing in Jack's mind, a door to our civilization. We are a species of pure gravitational energy, far beyond the limits of your physical world. Jack's mind raced. This couldn't be real. A species of pure gravitational energy? The idea was so outlandish, so incomprehensible, that it made his head spin. He didn't even know what to say next. This was the kind of thing he'd read about in obscure science fiction forums, but never something he'd ever imagined happening to him. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. His thoughts scrambled for something to hold on to, some way to understand the situation. Okay, he managed to say, trying to remain calm. So you're saying that I'm not in my apartment anymore. I've crossed into another dimension? The figure responded, yes, you have breached the boundary between your world and ours. What you call gravity is a mere fraction of the energy we harness. This is the gravitational realm, a higher dimensional space where we exist. Jack stared, still floating aimlessly in the center of the platform. And you're, what? Some kind of super-intelligent aliens? He could feel his heart pounding in his chest, the weightlessness making his thoughts feel more distant, almost dreamlike. We are not alien, in your sense of the word, the Graviton replied. We are a species that transcends physical form. We have evolved beyond the limitations of matter. Our existence is governed by the manipulation of gravitational forces, forces you, in your world, have yet to fully understand. A flood of questions surged through Jack's mind. How was it possible for beings to exist without bodies? What did they mean by manipulating gravity? He had always been a curious person, fascinated by the boundaries of science and technology, but this was beyond anything he could ever have imagined. Then, as if reading his mind, the Graviton continued, we have watched your species for some time, Jack. You possess a unique potential. Your mind, your body, it is capable of harnessing gravitational forces in ways that we have never seen. Jack blinked in disbelief. What are you talking about? I'm just a tech geek who likes to mess around with VR systems. You've got the wrong guy. No, Jack. You have opened the door to a new level of understanding. Your brain is capable of perceiving and manipulating gravitational forces. You have the potential to join us, to evolve beyond the physical realm. Jack was stunned. Evolve? You mean, I could become like you? One of you? No more body, no more, what, everything that makes me me. Exactly, the graviton answered. To join us, you must release your attachment to your flesh and embrace the energy that sustains us. Jack felt a strange tug in his chest, a mixture of excitement and terror. They were offering him something that sounded beyond comprehension. He could leave behind his humdrum human life, his outdated body, and step into a higher existence. It was a tempting thought, one that many would have embraced without a second thought, but Jack hesitated. Wait a minute, he said, suddenly filled with doubt. You want me to give up everything? My body? My life? My memories? He gestured to the floating gravitons. How do you even feel anything if you don't have bodies? How do you? The graviton's response was calm, yet it seemed to shimmer with understanding. We do not need bodies to experience existence, Jack. Our consciousness is free, unbound by the limitations of flesh. But we understand your hesitation. It is a difficult concept for your kind to grasp. But if you choose, you can evolve. You can leave your body behind and join us in the purest form of existence. Jack stood there, floating in the vastness of the gravitational realm, his thoughts swirling with the weight of the decision before him. Could he really leave behind everything that made him human? Or was this just another wild idea, another experiment gone wrong, and most importantly, should he trust them? Jack was still floating in the air, his mind whirling, as the weight of the graviton's words pressed against him like a physical force. He could hear his heartbeat in his ears, the rapid pulse of it reminding him just how human he was. His hands trembled slightly as he tried to steady himself, but no matter how much he focused, the feeling of weightlessness persisted. The platform beneath him, if it could even be called that, had no edges or boundaries. It felt like the entire universe stretched out in every direction, an endless expanse of cosmic beauty. The graviton that had been speaking to him, a shimmering being with shifting, pulsating light, floated effortlessly before him. Its form constantly changing, like a ripple across the surface of a pond, the energy around it almost seemed to hum in a low, resonant frequency. It was hard for Jack to even consider what he was seeing as a being, in the conventional sense. The graviton was something else entirely, both more and less than anything Jack had ever encountered. It wasn't humanoid, not in the traditional way. It didn't have legs, arms, or a face. It was energy, light, thought, pure presence. I don't understand, Jack said, his voice trembling more than he would have liked. He blinked a few times, trying to shake off the sensation of the ground beneath him not existing. You're saying I can just give up my body? Become like you? You would not become like us, the graviton said, its voice resonating not in his ears, but inside his mind, like a vibration that reached deep into his very soul. You would transcend your human form. No longer bound by the constraints of flesh, you would become energy itself, a being of pure thought and gravity. You would be free to exist without limits, to explore the cosmos, and to learn things that your human mind cannot yet comprehend. Jack shook his head. He tried to push against the overwhelming pull of the idea, but it was like trying to resist the tide. This sounds insane, he said. You want me to just, what? Leave my body behind? Never feel the sun on my face again, never hold a conversation with someone, never eat a pizza. The graviton's presence flickered, as if amused, but it didn't interrupt. You would not need the sun, it said. Nor would you need to eat, sleep, or experience pain. You would be free of the mundane, the fragile limitations of your flesh. You could think, create, and explore in ways you cannot imagine. Jack felt his mind begin to spin again. He thought about his family, his mom, his sister, and his friends. Could he really abandon them all? How would they even know what happened to him? What kind of life would it be, living without the physical world around him? Why me? Jack blurted, the words coming out before he could stop them. What makes me so special? I'm just some random guy messing around with VR simulations. You could probably find someone else to do whatever you're offering. He tried to sound more confident than he felt, but the words fell flat in the weightlessness of the gravitational realm. It is your mind, the graviton said, its tone both reassuring and cryptic. Your ability to perceive and manipulate gravitational forces, even though you are unaware of it. You have tapped into a power that we have been unable to replicate, even with our advanced technology. You opened the door, Jack. It is not by chance that you were chosen. The potential is in you, whether you realize it or not. Jack didn't know how to respond. There was no logical argument he could make against this. The gravitons were beyond logic. Their very existence was a contradiction. And the more he tried to hold on to what he knew, the more his human limitations seemed insignificant in comparison to their endless possibilities. He felt a sudden tug in his chest, a deep, gnawing sensation. He wanted to understand, wanted to know more, but at the same time, he couldn't quite shake the fear. It was like standing on the edge of a cliff, staring out into an infinite abyss. I don't get it, Jack said, his voice now small. You say I could leave everything behind, but what happens after that? I mean, if I become one of you, if I let go of everything, what's left? What's the point? The graviton didn't answer immediately, but for a moment, Jack could feel a kind of pulse, a shifting in the energy around him, as if the very air was filled with an unspoken answer. It was subtle, but it was there. The point, Jack, is that you would no longer be bound by the restrictions of human perception. No longer would you see only a fraction of reality. You would know everything, see everything, be everywhere. You would experience the universe in ways that a human mind cannot. Jack felt a shiver run down his spine. As incredible as it sounded, there was something seductive about it, the promise of knowing everything, of becoming more than what he was. But that's when something inside him snapped back, pulling him away from the allure. I can't, Jack said firmly, though the words felt strange coming out of his mouth. I can't just give up everything for some vague idea of freedom. I'm human. I'm not whatever you are. The graviton seemed to pause for a moment, and Jack wondered if it was considering his response. For a brief instant, it felt almost personal. But then the entity spoke again, its voice less insistent, but still filled with deep, unyielding wisdom. You misunderstand, Jack. We are not asking you to become something you are not. We are offering you the opportunity to evolve, to experience a higher existence. You are still you. We are not asking you to forget your memories or your experiences. They will remain, but they will no longer be limited to your human form. You will be able to experience them, revisit them, see them in new ways. Jack tried to process the offer, but he was still stuck on the idea of leaving his human life behind. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. He loved being human, even with all its flaws and limitations. He loved the physicality of it, the touch of a warm cup of coffee, the feeling of air in his lungs, the smell of fresh cut grass, the thrill of a roller coaster. How could he give that all up? I don't know if I can, Jack said quietly, more to himself than to the graviton. It is not an easy choice, the graviton said, but it is a choice nonetheless. A choice that many of us have made. And a choice you will have to make, too, if you wish to progress beyond the boundaries of your world. Jack didn't respond immediately. He was overwhelmed, his mind racing in 1,000 different directions. Part of him wanted to accept, wanted to leave behind his human limitations and explore the infinite universe the graviton spoke of. But the other part, the part that was human, wanted to cling to what he knew, to what was real to him, no matter how messy or imperfect. But then, just as he was about to respond, a new voice interrupted the conversation. This one was different, a softer, more melodic sound, one that Jack had not heard before. "He is afraid," the new voice said, its tone gentle. "But that does not mean he is unworthy. Perhaps we should give him time." Jack looked around, startled. He hadn't noticed the other gravitons, the ones who had been silently watching all this time. One of them was now moving toward him, its form shifting and glowing with a soft, golden hue. "Time to understand," the voice continued, "time to see the beauty in both worlds." Jack stared at the being, his heart still racing. For a moment, he didn't know what to think. He had hoped that his refusal would end the conversation, but now it seemed like there was more at stake than he had imagined. The graviton before him spoke again, and this time, the words were not an offer. They were a promise. "You may not be ready now, Jack Hale. But when the time comes, you will understand. And when that time comes, you will know the choice is yours." The voice faded, and the gravitons drifted back into the vast expanse of the gravitational realm, leaving Jack alone once again with his thoughts. The world around Jack began to settle back into a strange kind of stillness after the gravitons withdrew. He hovered in the vast, color-shifting space, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of the last moments. The offer still echoed in his thoughts, pulling at him like the tide. Become something beyond human. Transcend the limitations of his body. It was the kind of offer people dreamt of in science fiction, but no one ever truly thought they'd face. And now, here he was, stuck between the impossible and the real. He glanced around, looking for some sign, something familiar in this alien landscape, but there was nothing. The platform he was on was now silent, the pulsating energy of the gravitons gone. It was as if he was alone in the vastness of space, a speck of dust in an infinite void. And yet, the more he thought about it, the less alone he felt. The gravitons had said they were watching him, that he had potential. He could almost feel their presence lingering just beyond his perception. "Why me?" Jack whispered to himself. "Why do I get to make this choice? Why do I get to leave everything behind?" He didn't know the answer. The only thing he did know was that the decision was no longer simple. It wasn't just about giving up his body, it was about giving up everything that made him, well, him. His family, his friends, his experiences. They were real. They were tangible. Would they be worth less when he became a being of pure gravity? Would they even matter? But then again, there was something seductive about their offer. The gravitons had shown him a glimpse of something far beyond human comprehension. No more hunger. No more exhaustion. No more sickness. He could think, move, and explore in ways that went beyond the body. There was freedom in that. But there was also something terrifying. Would he still be Jack? Would he still feel the joy of laughter, the rush of adrenaline, the thrill of life? "You will understand," the soft, melodic voice had said. "When the time comes, you will know the choice is yours." Jack didn't know when that time would come. How could he? The promise sounded so final, so absolute. And what if he chose wrong? What if he gave up his humanity only to regret it? There were so many unknowns. And it wasn't as though the gravitons were asking him to try it out. It wasn't like a job interview where he could just leave if he didn't like it. This was an all-or-nothing decision, a point of no return. "Think, Jack," he said aloud, trying to ground himself in something that made sense. "What's more important? What's real? What matters?" He stood there for a long time, listening to the distant hum of gravitational currents in the air, the faint whispers of energy that seemed to speak to him in ways that felt beyond words. Was it a trap? Was he meant to feel like this, uncertain, conflicted? He didn't know. The thought of returning to his old life, the humdrum, the trivial distractions, the little pleasures, seemed almost laughable now. How could he go back to his apartment, back to his familiar routines, when he'd glimpsed something so much larger than anything his human world had to offer? But then, another thought struck him. The gravitons had told him that his mind could perceive gravitational forces in ways they hadn't seen before. Could this be an accident? Was it his curiosity that had opened the door to this otherworldly realm? Or was he supposed to be here, to witness this inescapable truth that humanity was far too small to understand? He remembered his mother, the way her face always lit up when he called. He remembered his sister's laughter at their last family dinner. He remembered how it felt to hug his best friend after years of not seeing each other, that deep feeling of connection that transcended everything else. Could he give that up? Could he really choose a future where those experiences, those moments, didn't matter? His thoughts began to circle around themselves, spiraling like the energy currents of the gravitational realm. He couldn't ignore it anymore. The choice wasn't about whether or not to join the gravitons. It was about how he chose to view his existence. Could he continue to appreciate his life, even if it was fleeting and limited? Or would he abandon that very essence of being human in exchange for something unfathomable? We do not need bodies to experience existence, the graviton had said. We exist beyond the limitations of flesh. Jack had thought that was an answer, but now it felt more like a question. Was it possible to experience more without the flesh? Could he truly understand life from a higher perspective, or would it only make him distant from the things that made him feel alive? Was his humanity a hindrance, or was it the very thing that made him special? The very thing that made him Jack Hale? I can't, Jack said, his voice cracking in the stillness. His breath came faster now, like a tightness in his chest. I can't just give that up. I can't be nothing but energy. The words felt strange coming from him. It was as if saying them out loud would make the universe somehow more real. And yet, the gravitons were right about one thing: this was his choice. And only he could make it in the silence of the vast dimension. Jack let out a long, slow breath. No, he whispered. I won't give it up. I'll keep being human. I'll keep everything. For a moment, nothing changed. The gravitational realm remained as vast and unknowable as it had always been. But Jack felt a weight lift from his chest. It wasn't an escape, it wasn't a retreat. It was a decision. He would embrace the limitations of his physical self, and in doing so, he would find his true freedom. Then, without warning, the gravitons began to reappear. Their shimmering forms materialized before him once again, filling the space with their glowing, pulsating energy. The soft melodic voice spoke again, this time with a note of something almost like approval. You have made your choice, Jack Hale, it said. You have chosen to remain human, to live as you are, to embrace the limitations of your form. Jack looked around, meeting their unblinking, radiant presence with a mixture of relief and confusion. I didn't choose because it's easy. I chose because it's me. I have to be me. That's what matters. There was a long silence, the kind that stretched out beyond time, like the pause before the first note of a symphony. And then, in a voice that was neither cold nor harsh, but deeply knowing, the graviton replied, then you have made the right choice. The air shimmered, and for a brief moment, Jack felt a presence, a soft warmth surrounding him, a gentle pull toward something greater. But it was fleeting, like the touch of sunlight through a cloud. The gravitons were gone, and he was alone again in the infinite, shifting expanse of the gravitational realm. But he wasn't afraid anymore. Jack slowly floated back down to the platform beneath him, his feet finally connecting with solid ground. The floor felt strange beneath him, but somehow more real than it ever had before. He took a deep breath, and for the first time since he'd entered this strange dimension, he felt the weight of his own existence. The weight of his body. His fingers tingled, his legs felt solid beneath him, and in that moment, everything felt possible. That it wasn't the freedom of the gravitons. It wasn't the transcendent existence they had offered. But it was enough. It was his. And that, Jack realized, was all that mattered. The decision had been made. And whatever came next, he was ready for it.